And guess what, guys? We are back. We are here. We are in the living.
I think so.
Guys, welcome to another Around the Ropes watch along, not show, because that's coming up on Tuesday, which, by the way, I can reveal our first guest.
Who's that?
Owner of Titan Championship Wrestling.
Oh, Billy Fetsky.
Billy Fetsky will be our first guest back live this coming Tuesday at 8:30, which also, like, they had one other thing. They put a tease out on Titan Championship Wrestling's Facebook page about several announcements coming up this week.
Okay.
How about one of them will be done right here?
Okay.
Don't know what the announcement's going to be, but figured it would be a nice way to kind of kick off the new era, so to speak. But guys, yes, we are here. Guys, I want to before I bring Ryan in, I want to thank everybody who watched us last night. It meant a lot. It was our first live programming since everything happened back in February. But we are here. We are back. Ryan, how are you doing? How was your day? All that fun stuff.
Honestly, got some personal stuff going on my end. Could be better, but you know what? I'm kind of curious as to how night two is gonna live up to night one of WrestleMania.
Yes,
especially with everything that transpired less than 24 hours ago.
Well, also before we even get into that, and guys, like I said, we will be here the entire night two of giving you our reactions to what happens out in SoFi Stadium. But we do have sort of big news to talk about. And it is wrestling related.
Of course.
But it seems that WWE might have a new ownership on the horizon. And what I mean on the horizon, I mean very, very close. Like, I'm talking tomorrow, we may know the new owners. And Ryan, remember I said before we may have a special guest joining us?
Yeah.
That special guest is here right now, and let me bring him in. He is a fellow podcaster like us. He hosts the ABJ podcast. You see him at a lot of the wrestling shows, especially he just did the camera work for Win. The one, the only, Mr. Anthony Blackwell. Anthony, what's going on?
Not much. Just remember, boys, everyone loves ABJ.
I love
maybe not everybody, but there's a lot. Most people love it.
90%.
90%. Yeah, it's a good number. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
Oh, hey,
pleasure is ours. Thanks for hopping on, dude.
Pleasure is ours. But obviously, we just saw you this past Saturday over at Win.
Yeah, it was a fun show. I've heard so much about that venue, and not all of it positive. I'm going to be honest. Most of the negative I heard about it is everybody runs it, and it doesn't get a lot of people in it. That's kind of what I've heard. And boy, that couldn't have been further from the truth that night, because it was packed, sold out. Energy was so hot. I don't understand how, if the people who showed up at that show are the local community, man, they are wrestling fans. They were super into it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was. And what's funny is I've seen that building already where they've had maybe 15 people.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And I haven't seen. And I'll be straightforward. The last time I saw that building have that type of vibe to it, you have to go back to the end of last year when they had a stretch of shows where it was Invictus, Pro Wrestling Magic, BCW. You know, Ryan, you disagree with me?
I can do you one better.
Okay.
When FWF ran in there last October.
Yeah.
A lot of good promotions run out of it. It just that's kind of the. Now I'm an outsider, man. I'm from Pennsylvania. That's not my backyard, so I can't really speak on it. But all the promotions that you guys said are all top-notch promotions, and they all do great jobs and have great talent and great people involved. But that was that place was popping. That was fun.
Oh yeah, that was definitely fun. It was definitely something um I didn't expect that night. I didn't expect anything that night that would happen, especially
Me
the
neither.
public guy.
You know what was kind of cool about that as well? I don't know if you guys noticed, but if you look at all the promos and posters and everything for Wrestling Is Now, they didn't put one like name. Like they didn't promote that Lindsay was going to be there. They didn't say like they let the talent that most people know. Like I mean, the SATs were there, but I mean, like they didn't say Ichiban. They didn't say Lindsay. They didn't like. There's a lot of names they left off the poster that are draws, and they built it off of the talent that were there. And I don't know, man. I just really like what they put together that night. I really liked being a part of it and helping out, and it was a good time.
Well, that's the big thing. I was talking about it with Brian afterwards. Is they sold out that place and they didn't have that big name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they didn't have. I mean, I know Chavo was originally supposed to be part of it, but then I think he had to pull out.
He was at Mania. He actually was part of what collective show did he show up at?
Wasn't it the World on Lucha?
It was, but he was at I didn't watch that one yet, but he showed up at another one. It was another promotion he showed up at, and he did something. It was like either on Thursday or Friday. He was at a show. Because I've been going back and watching all the collective stuff. I didn't finish it yet, but
hey, maybe you'll see why Brett was freaking out about the chairs on the Santino Brothers show.
yeah, I did see that one.
But I mean, overall, though, I mean, I give them a lot of credit for what they pulled off that night. It was a real, true indie feel, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate in the short amount of time I've been in this space to be welcomed into a lot of locker rooms and be a part of certain things, whatever the roles may be. I'm very universal. I can be in front of a camera. I can be on the other end of a camera. I can run cords. Like I essentially can. I try to be a jack of all trades. Just whatever has to be done to get the show going. But that was a fun locker room vibe.
Yeah, that definitely was, and I have to give it up also for the ring announcer as well. He did a good job.
Did a great job.
Which one? There was two of them.
Both of us did very well.
Remember, John, there was two of us.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you guys both did a really good job. I think you both have really good voices, but also it was you stayed true to yourselves when you're ring announcing. You're not trying to be the next Howard Finkel, which I think is super important because everybody tries to fit a mold of what they have to sound like when they're in commentary. Are they ring announcing? Are there any of that? And I think it kind of gets diluted because everyone tries to be the same voice. And I think you did a good job being yourself and having a good personality. So kudos to you, brother.
Thank you, man. I think this is actually the first time you've actually seen me announce.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, I was very impressed.
And I remember the first time I met you was out in PA actually with some company out there.
There's so many. Maybe it was.
I think it was PP-Dub. I think
it was either PPW, Outbreak.
It was PPW.
No. PPW.
I remember. I took the ride. It was. So I remember on that show was Casey Navarro against some guy with the first name letter D or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, that was a great match. That was one of my favorite matches.
I was like, redacted. Let's get redacted.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a shame, man, because like everyone has. I mean, I'm not saying nothing's not true. I'm not there. I don't know the words. I don't know speculation, but all of my experiences with that person have been very positive.
Same here.
Yeah, and I actually watched him not run away, but like in the middle of his autograph signing, get up and run to the parking lot because a fan was having a seizure, and he like.
I remember hearing about that.
Yeah. I was right next to him when it happened. I was like, why is he running? And then I look and there's someone laying on the ground and he was the first one, like just took care of it. And it was crazy.
Yeah, because I think he is, he is certified.
Is that background noise coming from me?
I don't know.
I don't think it's me.
I'm just making sure it's not me. I don't want to ruin your guys' product here.
No, you're good. You're good, man. To be honest, I don't think I can barely hear anything. Honestly,
I have headphones on, so I hear your blood flowing through your veins.
But By the way, I do have to give a shout out to somebody who all three of us know very well, Tantalizing Tony, who seems to be blowing up right now on Twitter. In a good way. In a good way. I have to preference that in a good way.
Yeah. He got on to the pre-show, I guess, yesterday and cut a little promo.
Yeah.
Well, we at Win like to wish him well in his future endeavors. And I was kidding.
But Anthony, let me ask you this: looking at the matches from last night, what was your match of the night from last night?
I knew the tag team match was gonna be fire, the tag team titles. But I said going in, as soon as it was announced, I said that whatever show they're on, they're gonna be one of the best matches of the card, and I was not wrong. I don't know why she gets all the hate she gets, but man, anytime Charlotte and Flair is involved in a match, it's golden. And I love Rhea Ripley. She's probably my favorite female talent in the world right now. And that was my match of the night. Listen, I love Sammy. I love Kevin. I love the Usos. The storyline behind it was amazing. But if you take away that story, and that match is essentially a match with a bunch of false finishes. Charlotte and Rhea beat. Can I curse on here?
Yes.
They beat the dog shit out of each other. They put on with very little build up. And just her coming in, taking the title off Ronda on like a one night thing, not defending it, and just kind of trying to push the Rhea story in a short amount of time. The match spoke for itself, and it was my favorite match of the night.
I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, what about you, Ryan? What was your match of the night?
No, but no, like Anthony said, I've been hearing that a lot. That a lot of people are saying that was like match of the night, in my opinion. For me, it's tough because quite honestly, last night was solid in my opinion.
The whole show was fantastic.
I can't choose just one. If I have to pick, it would be the last three matches, which was Ray and Dom, the women's title, and the main event.
Yeah. No, without even having a night two, I think night one can hold its own as one of the best WrestleMania shows so far. Without even bookending night two onto this so far, if you take out that tag team match, that it was still good, but there was really no purpose to it. The 3-way, 4-way tag match,
yeah,
that didn't say if are they number one contenders or not. It's just kind of like, thank you, you're a showcase match. You take out that match, add Roman Cody as your main event on top of what we already had, it goes down without even seeing Roman Cody so far. It goes down at one night of Mania. It goes down as one of the greatest of all time.
I agree. Even better than last year's night one. You can remember how good last year's was.
Last year's was really, really good, but it ended hot with Stone Cold and Kevin Owens.
Yeah.
Kevin Owens back to back. My favorite wrestler, Kevin Owens, ended 2 nights in a row, 2 years in a row as night one main events. Sami Zayn is the first, I believe, Muslim WWE champion. Second time a tag team match has ever main evented WrestleMania. It was a great night.
And what's funny is they asked the Usos a while ago. Chris Van Vliet was doing one of his sit-down interviews with them. And he turned out, he asked him, this goes back years ago, or must have been right when they started this run. And he goes, "Oh, can you ever see yourself could we ever see a tag team main event at WrestleMania?" And they go, "Yeah, it's going to be us."
Yeah, they're good. They're good people.
Oh yeah, they're very good. And to me, I've heard the same thing about Rhea and Charlotte. I thought they had a fantastic match, and it is something that a lot. I mean, the one thing I'll say this much: there was no dull moments last night.
No,
there was no dull moments.
Maybe I don't like a music act coming out and doing a song for absolutely no reason and then play the other person's music anyway.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're going with on that one.
The Lil Uzi thing didn't do it for me. I thought the conductor thing for Seth was stupid. If you're gonna have a conductor, the whole purpose of having a conductor is letting the crowd do the job, and they were waiting for the piped in chorus to take over, and then the crowd follow along with the piped in noise. It took away from it. If he would have just walked out and just went Oh, and then like let the crowd on that side do it, and then let the crowd on that side do it, and then let the whole crowd do it. I thought it would have had a better effect. Or start off with the pipe noise and then cut it and let the crowd be the noise. But that's, you have to kind of bank on if your crowd's going to do it or not. And they would have. If they've been doing it for the whole year for Seth Rollins, it would have been better that way. I think the Miz, I like the Miz moment. I'm a huge Pat McAfee fan. That probably could have got cut out in my opinion. But everything else was fine.
I love the John Cena entrance too with the Make-A-Wish kids.
Yeah,
I love cool. that.
And I popped with his shirt because I loved his shirt with all the different John Cenas on the back. But
the G.I. Joe one?
Yeah, we actually do have some comments coming in. I just want to go through them quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big fan of the show who lives actually in the UK. Chimes in here. Oops, sorry. Yep.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah. John, Ryan, guess who's back, fellas? Yes, David, thank you for hopping on again. Appreciate it. You were a big part last night. And another 2 comments we got coming in here is from our friend Billy, who says, "Hey guys, happy Mania night too." And Anthony, going back to what you just said about the conductor.
Billy and Wolf, great wrestling name.
Yeah, I would agree. And she actually agrees with you, Anthony. She said, agree with the conductor. Idea was good, but bad execution.
Yeah, totally.
That's okay. Tonight we're gonna have the greatest wrestling match of all time in Lesnar and Omos.
I think it's gonna be a good match.
I think it will be actually.
I think don't expect crazy. I mean, like crazy high spot. I think we got to a point where if you don't have flippy dippy stuff in matches, it's not considered a good match. And I think they're gonna do what 2 big men should do. And I think at the end of the day, is gonna be a good match.
Listen, if Omos goes to the top rope and does a 450 splash on Lesnar, I'm retiring from wrestling forever.
You know what though? I wanna say about I can kind of go back to that win show. Every match on that card really good, right? Mm-hmm. But there was a gap, maybe a certain part of the show, and this is not to take away from any talent, but there was a gap where it became a crowd, like it started off as a crowd event where the crowd was into what they were seeing. There was spots in the crowd was involved, the crowd was into it. Then there was like 3 or 4 matches where the crowd kind of dialed down and watched what was happening. But also I think some of the talent forgot to play to the crowd. And then Papa Don comes out, and within 3 seconds he went right back to the crowd and got them involved and lifted the room back up.
That's why I love Papa Don. He's like one of my favorite people to work with.
More wrestlers need, and you know who I was talking to backstage about it with? Joey Conway. Mm-hmm. And probably shouldn't say this because it probably goes against his character. He's a terrible person, bad guy. Anyway, he kind of said backstage, he goes, sometimes wrestling matches are like reading a paragraph with no periods. Sometimes you have to put the period in, and that's in a wrestling match. Like it just can't be move to move to move to move to move. Stop, let it breathe. Let that move breathe. Sell a little bit while your opponent's selling. Look to your crowd. Play to the crowd. Sell your face of your injury. If you just had a spot that should have ended a match, and then you're picking them up and going right to another spot, it looks cool and it keeps the pace hot, but you got it like. People are paying money to be a part of this show, and if the crowd is put into the show, they're going to participate more. I've seen plenty of shows where the crowd's packed, and they sit on their hands because they don't feel like they're part of it. They're kind of just there as like a theater, and like there's interactive theater, and then there's theater where don't talk, no one heckle, no one say anything, and if you don't allow them to be that and heckle and get involved, your show can die. And not saying that show died at any point in time during that night. But there was a time where it went from very, very crowd participation to very, this is fun to watch. Mm-hmm. And they almost forgot they could also participate.
I will say my favorite entrance of that night, and Anthony, you can definitely attest to it because I saw you pop too. Hamlet.
Oh, Hamlet's great. Hamlet's great. I didn't know anything about Hamlet until that night. I'm also a giant horror movie fan. So I really enjoy that character, and boy, I'll tell you what, man, he has a great look to him. He's a big boy.
He is
shredded.
When he came,
would you book me? I'd book me. I'd book me hard. I was like, this guy is the best. I will say this:
Oh.
when it comes down to one role, I never, ever, ever want in professional wrestling or independent wrestling, I would never want to be one of his prisoners. Could you? How terrible would be just standing there on your knees with your hands chained to a post for a 15-minute match? They were, I don't know who they were. Like they look like they were having a terrible time.
Yes.
I think I said to you, Anthony, jokingly, what is is he now sponsored by Cinemax? Like, I don't know.
He's sponsored by Lubriderm, whatever a good lotion is. That would be the only thing I would change with Hamlet is I'd have him come out like one of his people should have a basket with lotion in it as they come to. He has the dog, he has the puppy, he has the comb, but somebody should have a bucket with lotion in it. Like there should be a lotion spot somewhere in a match.
But besides that. Because I saw John's reaction. He's looking at me going,
I loved it. People were genuinely disturbed by that character, and that's perfect.
But it's funny. It got people talking.
Yeah,
and that's the biggest thing in wrestling.
I would say I'm not trying to be negative, but I always try to look at. I try to be biased when it comes to wrestling and give honest opinions because I think too many people just. A+ everything, and then you're kind of hard to be taken seriously because you're never ever being honest. And this is not a negative point at all. The only thing that was tough for that match is you have a PJ Savage and you have a Conway who are a certain type of character. And for me anyway, I've never been to other win shows, so I don't know if this is Hamlet's debut, if Hamlet has worked other places there. But that Hamlet to be involved in that match with those two style of characters in the ring, it was hard for them to bounce off of what actually Hamlet was trying to accomplish.
Brian, I think you actually told me. I think that was his debut.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, John. So I've known Hamlet for a while, but that was not his original gimmick.
Oh, really?
I think that was the first time I actually saw him in this new gimmick. Because originally he was the Renaissance man, pretty much like a Shakespearean style theater actor character.
So he just kept the name but changed the gimmick.
Yeah.
Okay. Because honestly, usually when that character comes out, Hamlet, you would think his name would have been like Bill or something like that. Like obviously because he's being.
Yeah.
But I kind of like the fact he didn't lean into that name to be too on the nose, but he played the character of it. But that would be the only thing I would say is like, because Conway looks like someone who's not afraid of anything, and he laughs death in the face, and PJ Savage is just I will punch you in the face and keep moving.
Pretty much.
And Hamlet was someone who if you put him in a ring with someone who can work and sell, like he's deranged. You're like taken back by him. But there's two people who are not going to be taken back by that character.
Yeah.
Match quality wise, fantastic. Hamlet showed he could work that night, but I would like to see more of Hamlet working with someone where his mind games would play a little more into the match when it comes to storytelling and character building.
I think with him.
How about him versus Papadon? I'm calling it right now.
Oh, I want who I want Papadon to wrestle, just because, and it'd be a heel versus heel match, just because I want them to talk off to each other. And I think it would be amazing. I want Papadon, and I want Illuminati, Robbie Illuminati.
Okay. Yeah. John suggested another person actually that would be a great heel versus heel matchup.
Who's that?
Darius Carter.
I said Darius Carter versus Jimmy Conway.
Oh, that would be a good one too.
That's a match I would love to see. Conway versus Darius Carter.
Oh.
Well, Darius right now is, made his debut over in LA.
Yeah, I've worked with Darius at a few different shows. He is a true professional, and the show that I worked with him first was essentially a closed set private taping that fans weren't involved. It was literally in a backyard in the middle of summer where everyone just kind of showed up in like swim trunks and a t-shirt, and he showed up with a 3-piece suit on. and didn't have to. He just conducts himself as a professional, and no matter where he is so talented. He's
before we start because we got less than 2 minutes. I gotta take a quick pit stop, but I'll be right back, folks.
He's going to drop a deuce every time someone leaves the stream. I always say they're going to poop. That's not what he's probably doing, but I love saying that.
I wouldn't say that.
I didn't know I thought he was still there. So,
but Anthony, I mean, that whole night, it was. I mean, we were talking about before with the puppet in the beginning. I don't know how much you were able to see of it.
Yeah, I was seeing a little bit of it. I was in work mode at that point because there was a little bit of miscommunication. I thought I might have gotten an opportunity on commentary, but I think they were saying is they needed me to set up commentary but I think there was a little bit of a, so I didn't know I drove almost 3 hours to a show and didn't know what I was going to do. And I'm fine with that. That's kind of where I thrive. I'm someone that in the last second you can say, let's get it done. And I'll find a way to get it done. I may be absolutely terrified doing it, but I'll find a way to get it done. Yeah, I showed up and didn't know what I was doing. And then I was just like, all right, well, what do you guys need? And they're like, well, this, and this. And I was like, fun fact, that's all in my trunk. And they're like, what? I was like, who does that? I was like, I'm not a wrestler, but I'm a content creator. I have cameras. I have equipment. I throw everything in my car, especially if I'm traveling alone. I almost was coming to that show completely alone, but I had a friend who's a wrestler and also a training. He's trying to get his he's trying to get as many reps as he can. And he said, I'll go for the ride. And he showed up with me and he was a huge help as well. But I usually pack my car up with all my equipment and I showed up and I end up having a backstage setup. Like my backdrop was a backstage setup in the back. My equipment was commentary. One of my cameras was hard cam. And then I just kind of just hung out and monitored that. And then my buddy was shooting promos in the back. And then we were kind of going around getting some stuff with a GoPro. I didn't get any content really for myself. I kind of made a couple clips here and there. But yeah, I just showed up and just whatever needs to be done to make the show run smooth and look good.
Yeah, that's all that matters. And I know the next show they're doing is in May. I think May 18th.
Yeah.
Is the next one. That's actually up by May.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hike. I've never done. I mean, I did Binghamton, New York once. I helped out with a show and did some commentary there, but I've actually never been to one of the 5 boroughs. I've never been to New York City. I've been to upstate New York and I've been to Binghamton. That's it. I've never been to the city of New York. So it's gonna be a first time for me.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be in, folks. That goes down May 18th over in Patchogue at the Stereo Garden. I think it's the name of the venue that they're using. But yeah. We are, as we're just talking about the win stuff, they are starting off night 2 with the national anthem by a rapper who I don't know who he is.
Is your headphones have a microphone attached to it?
Who, mine?
Yes.
No, I have the laptop. Why is it not picking up?
You know how like sometimes the cord of the headphone has a microphone on it?
Yeah.
It sounds like the cord of your microphone is rubbing off of your shirt. I think that's what that background noise is, or something's rubbing off something.
No, with me, unfortunately, Anthony, with me, the microphone I have is currently in New Jersey as we speak.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Yep.
But anyway, the individual that's singing is a CMA and Grammy nominated artist, Jimmy Allen.
Is it country?
Mm-hmm.
I would have no idea.
hopefully sounds better than Becky G from last night.
But guys, while we're watching this tonight, definitely keep your comments coming in. We'll definitely read them. And this time I'll do better than I did last night. Actually read them when they're appropriate.
Oh, you had non-appropriate ones?
Not that they weren't appropriate, but we would have like 5 comments going. And I would be watching what's going on. Ryan would turn around and go, we have a comment. And I go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you know, it's WrestleMania.
Our friend David King says, better singer than last night.
I agree. Because he can actually hold on to the notes longer, not sound out of breath.
I'll share this. I'll share this with my Discord. See if I can get some of my people in here. But it's a tough ask to get people to watch like watching a Raw watch along is one thing, but when it's a Mania, it's not for it's not for everybody. I personally like it because I think it's a way. Watching wrestling alone sucks, and if you are someone who doesn't go out or doesn't have somewhere to watch it with, joining a live stream and interacting with somebody while you're watching wrestling is fun because, like I said, the best way to experience wrestling is with a group of people, and if that can be done virtually, it's always a good thing.
Like Anthony, that's like with me when it comes to indie shows. If I'm going to a show, I have much more fun at a show if I'm going with a friend of mine than if I'm going by myself.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a wrestling is a group effort, and it's a group environment, and it's something that it is better when it's done with a group of people.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. And folks, if you're just tuning in right now, we do have. Oh, actually, Anthony, somebody from your area chimes in here.
There you go. We got some ABJers coming in. That's my boy Monkey.
Hi, Monkey.
I just put it in our Discord.
Was it one of the spot monkeys for Friday?
No, not one of those spot monkeys.
But I do want to let people know, in case you are joining us, first of all, thank you guys for joining us. We will be doing our live weekly show again, starting up this Tuesday, after being off for the last 2 months. And our first confirmed guest at 8:30 p.m. Eastern will be none other than the one, the only Mr. Billy Fetsky himself, owner of Titan Championship Wrestling.
There you go. Are you going to talk about that 200-person Rumble?
Oh, yes, we are.
And we're also going to try to convince him to book us into the Rumble.
I'm sure if you'll do it for free, they'll take anybody.
I'm sure he will.
well, Anthony, I made the suggestion. I said, since you're gonna have a 200-person Rumble, why don't you do a ring announcer spot?
Listen, 200 people. Here, just let's break down kayfabe real quick. You book a 200-person Rumble. Let's just pretend that everyone gets $10. That's a $2,000 match on an independent show.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
That's a lot.
oh,
It's the most expensive independent wrestling match of all time.
Pretty much. And from what I hear, that's the only match that's going to be happening on that night.
Yeah, it has to be. You can't book a full card around that. And then if you do the timed entry has to get chopped in half, because if you do 60 seconds, 30 seconds in between, you're going to be there almost 2.5 hours.
True. Anyway, folks,
I can't wait to see how it turns out, but it's gonna be a daunting task.
Anthony.
All right, well,
there you go. Gears of Kai. It's another one of my boys. He actually made a few logos for me, and the one that's the popular one now is, how Kevin Owens has the duct tape KO.
Yeah,
he made me a duct tape ABJ shirt. That's on sale.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Deja vu. Didn't I see this last night?
Yeah, I feel like I got it. They're trying to screw us over. They're trying to show part of night one again.
Seriously. Because Deja Vu, it's Snoop Dogg and The Miz in the ring again. I swear to God. Unless something huge happens, why is this happening?
But Anthony, can you see a ring announcer spot at this 200-person Rumble?
It's very possible. I've seen I wasn't there personally, but I've seen shows where commentary has gotten up off the table and jumped in there. One being Pete DeLong. I would 100% never do that. For full disclosure, that would never happen for me. I am not trained, nor do I want to be trained. So me just staying in part of production or behind the curtain would be perfect. Or at the commentary table is A-okay for me.
Oh, looks like we're starting off with the greatest.
Really?
Yeah, that's how I figured this. I figured it'll go this. Probably IC, then the women's mixed tag, then Edge and Finn, then the women's championship, then main event.
Interesting.
That's how I feel it will go down.
I'm glad to see Almost has a new sweatshirt on. Looks like he just went to Walmart right beforehand. Got another comment coming in from our buddy David over in the UK. He says, "Who you got, fellas? Almost or a Brock?" So Anthony, I'll throw it to you first. Who do you have in this match?
I think Omos gets the win.
Ryan, what about you?
So I said Omos, honestly, because I think also Lesnar's contract is up after this.
Yeah, but now there's some new money involved probably after this weekend. I made a prediction that the company will be sold within a week or two after Mania, and then everything started falling into place. Kind of shocked. I thought Comcast would be the one to do it, but they're gonna go with that the guy from you ever watch Entourage?
Yeah. Wasn't there like isn't the company called like Endeavor or something like that?
Yeah, so it's called Endeavor, but the guy who owns Endeavor is essentially that's who Ari Gold is loosely based off of from Entourage.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so essentially what he did is it's his company and then he gets a bunch of other people to invest in as well. So like I know like Mark Wahlberg's involved with it. The Serena Williams sisters. I
think Dana White is.
I don't know if Dana. He might be involved with it. I don't know, but it's more or less a whole bunch of celebrities. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they bought UFC. I think they're part owners of the Miami Dolphins. They own a bunch of different stuff. But essentially, it's a whole bunch of really rich people that put all their money into one pot, and then they go and buy things, and then make more money off that investment.
Got another comment chiming in here from Monkey, saying Gangrel is supposed to be with Edge and have a spot with Damian.
Yeah.
We shall see. And I laughed how they said, "Oh yeah, we're also going to possibly see Christian tonight too."
0.0 chance.
Yeah, I doubt that's going to happen. Interesting comment here coming in regards, which is something I totally forgot. I love how they always film giants at a super low angle to make them look much bigger.
Agreed, but I will tell you right now, you don't have to. You could film Omos at any angle. That dude is a big boy. There's Crispy. That's the guy that was helping me. There's the guy that was helping me out at the show that night. So props to him. Good dude.
And Lesnar smiling like the biggest baby face, which is still very odd to see.
Yo, from Chris, so completely not related, wrestling related, but from when I dropped you off till by the time I got to Fragville, I had to pull over again and fall asleep for like 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, God.
It was a long drive. On the way back from Jersey, I was like, yo, I'm stopping at a rest stop. Just give me 15, 20 minutes to fall asleep. I was hurting.
Yeah,
Dude, also they had the heat on in the building.
Yeah.
That's what killed me. John was in the car with me. I barely made it home.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a long drive.
I mean, it wasn't long of a drive, but he knew that something was off. But I was very out of it.
Yeah.
Well,
my head was killing me.
Because normally we make the Wawa run after.
And yeah, we didn't stop for anything.
We didn't either.
I hated Lesnar in his return, but his face turn one me off. I will say this right now: Lesnar is going to be something that, like, so there's a generation of wrestling fans who talk about Andre, like Andre's the greatest thing they've ever seen and the biggest spectacle. Lesnar's better, and it's not even close.
Wow.
Well, I think with this match, I think they're trying to get that Andre Hogan moment here.
We all know how big of a human being Brock Lesnar is. Almost is a monster, and he's endorsed by a lot of big people, like Taker. Taker's very high on him, and say that he's going to be a big deal.
It's weird seeing It's weird seeing Lesnar in the opening part of this match look like a cruiserweight.
He moves like a cruiserweight. That's what
But
makes Lesnar so insane.
But it's weird because you're not used to seeing him being manhandled like this.
How many suplexes does Lesnar pull off this match? I think it's under 10.
I'm gonna go at least 5.
Yeah.
Whoa! Almost picking him up like it's nothing.
I don't think Almost has broken a sweat yet in this match.
Dude, and here's the thing too, Lesnar, he can come back at any point in time and be the scariest, biggest, strongest guy in the company, or he can come in and sell like the greatest. He's one of the best sellers in the business. He can make you look like $1 million with his sells.
Oh, yeah.
This may chastise me by some of the IWC, but I feel like his return when he came back in 2012 to now was his best run from when his original run first started.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. Granted, sometimes he hasn't been, he was like, here and there, but I feel like his run of, the later years was more dominant than when he first started.
I hated his one run but I also they got me as a wrestling fan. I hated the fact when he was never on TV and never defended titles. He hid. He was always like, "Now I'll show up when I want to show up," which made Roman's run good because they kind of emulated that of, "Oh, you want to get your champion heat, just not have him around." But that whole almost year and a half, 2 year where he just came in, took a belt, and disappeared, was amazing. And unfortunately, it ended with a pandemic. But if that pandemic doesn't happen, Drew McIntyre is the biggest thing in the world. You know what I mean? And because it accumulated to him eliminating half of a Royal Rumble, and people just be like, "Oh my God, he's ruining wrestling," but it was all to set up for someone else. He's so selfless when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. We've got some comments coming in. Just want to try through them quickly. David said, "I used to be in awe when Lesnar used to pull off a shooting star press."
Yeah. Yeah, Kurt Angle put himself a little too far away on that one and almost killed Lesnar.
Mm-hmm.
Another comment coming in here saying, "I'm going to go with 4. He's going to hit one major one, then a set of 3 later on in the match."
Yeah, I think 4 is what I picked on my. So we do a thing called digital.pro wrestling scorecards, completely free. And I have a little ABJ podcast faction that when you join, it like ranks everyone's picks. And I think for German suplexes, I picked 4 as well.
And then the other comment coming in here is, "Yep, ABJ can never say anything wrong."
Love you, monkey. all 12 of my loyal people. I love them all. One day I'll be famous.
What I kind of like also with Lesnar in this match, he's making Almost look dominant.
Yeah. Here's one. Oh, all right. That's about what I expected from a German suplex.
I'm a little behind on my end. That was barely one.
And Anthony, another comment coming in for you.
I hear this man say all the wrong things all the time. You bugging. It's because most of the things he thinks I'm saying wrong is I'm making fun of him on commentary.
Okay, there's 3.
Perfect storytelling. I love this.
I said at least 5, so give me 2 more and I'm good. By the way, I think what's funny is that, on commentary they were saying, 75, we got 75,000 plus fans here, and then all of a sudden you hear them say, "We got a new record, 80,000." I'm like, no, we got 75. Make up your minds.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying anything because I'm a little ahead of you.
I just saw the F5. That was quick.
Yeah, that was.
But you know what? Like I said, 90% of the match it was all Omos being dominant.
Yeah. I honestly thought Omos would get an F5, but I thought he would look like a monster and kick out of it. But they're not ready for Lesnar to pass that baton yet. I would love to know what you consider I say dumb crap, Kai. Did I see your post? Yeah. So Monkey does like figure photography. He's pretty good.
Oh wow.
I was off by one with German suplexes.
But you know, honestly, I think this is a good way to open up the show.
Sure. Yeah.
Nice, short, sweet. No, 20,000 headlocks like Cena's match from last night.
Or just spam finish. If you're new here and you're one of my people, make sure you hit subscribe to these guys' channels and show them some love.
Wow, Brock Lesnar high-fiving fans. That's very rare to see.
Anthony, I appreciate that.
No problem.
And thank you, Anthony. Sorry about that.
I don't have a huge following, but anything I can do to help other people out, I try.
Got some more comments coming in.
During bad booking. Billy Ann Wolf, great wrestling name, says, "Oh hi, just pop and say suck it. Told you Brock had it. See?
Yeah, we get it."
Yes,
I'm trying to figure out what Billy Ann would be in wrestling. Like, she has like a manager look right now in her profile picture, or like a backstage interview person. Like Billy Ann Wolf here, reporting backstage. It's a great name.
No, I agree. Also, I'm sorry. So as you can see here, Anthony, we started a new thing last night where, since it's fresh, we kind of give like our personal star rating out of 5 for each match.
Oh,
instead of doing the actual review on Tuesday, this is still fresh in our minds, and we'll be like, wait, we forgot something here. We just go right into it right away. So
2.75.
It's mainly during bad booking. I usually make a comment during it.
Yeah.
That's for you.
Yeah, that's for me. That's all.
And then again, going back to Billy's name.
So, John, what do you give Omos and Lesnar?
2.5.
Oh, y'all are mean. I'm giving it 5.75. I'm just kidding. No, 2.75, maybe even 3.
And guys, Brian, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, guys, if you want to know what Billy Ann Wolf is talking about with the thing about saying "suck it," go back to our predictions video we did a couple of days ago. Myself, Ryan, and Billy were on here. We made our predictions for WrestleMania. She was the only one out of the 3 of us who actually picked Brock to win that match.
I mean, it's hard to pick against Brock. I thought maybe they were gonna pass a torch here, but it just didn't happen.
But right now we have the 8-women tag match.
I love I love WWE's women's division. It's probably one of the best women's division in professional wrestling. But forcing people into tag teams with no story, no character work, no nothing, just makes it so stale. Like, yeah, they forced Otis and Chad Gable together, but they gave them time to develop as a team and make us care about them and be like, oh, they're fun. Like every other 2 weeks, the women's division's like, oh, I'm with this person now. Oh, now I'm with this person. It's just like, I don't know. It's dumb.
No, I agree on that one.
So going back to the comments here, Monkey turns around and says Jake gave it 6.5.
Yeah, in our Discord, We have a guy named Jake who ranks matches, and he always goes pretty high. It's unfortunate Carmella's injured because Carmella and Chelsea Green as a team, it has all the makings to be absolutely amazing.
Sorry, royalty is on my screen right now. Royalty is on my screen. Chelsea Green, it's Chelsea Mania.
All right, let me get through some of these comments here. High trend news. Just trying to get other comments that we got here.
Who do you have winning this one?
Chelsea and Sonya.
Really?
Yeah.
Any team but Ronda and Shayna.
That's who's winning it.
Probably.
And Billy says thank you to everybody for putting her over.
Get Billy in here. Watch along with us.
I think she'll be in here at some point.
She's
too cool. Person. She's too cool for us.
Ronda's makeup is always so stupid. It's either commit to face paint or don't do it at all.
I like the gi that both Shayna and Ronda are wearing to the ring.
They look like the two people from Street Fighter.
Yeah. I'm just trying to go through the comments here tonight.
I need a manager.
If we got people in here, man, your chat will be popping off. Don't worry, they'll get you practice.
It's nice to have the chat actually going.
I'll tell you what, man. It's one thing I'm very thankful of with the people who support me is they're very active in the chats, and if I go somewhere else, they come and support, and they do the same thing if I'm a guest somewhere else. So love those people. Love my family to death.
Right now, we got the Battle of New Jersey currently in the ring. Sonya and Liv are starting it off.
You ever seen Natalia's sister online?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I have. And this is my initial reaction to that. John can, laugh at it. Yeah. Yeah.
I met Jim when I was a kid.
Did you really?
Yeah. He was high on cocaine and he choked me out. He didn't mean to, but he was high on cocaine and I was like 6 or 7 years old. And in the photo, he put me and my buddy in 2 headlocks, but like he had me and I was like passing out.
By the way, number one trend on Twitter right now, it's not WrestleMania, it's Brock.
Yes. This we got that comment. Jake better.
Here's a quick question, right? Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville would be fun. Like, because obviously whoever wins these tag team matches the next 2 nights are going to be in the runnings for tag team champions, right? They're like number 1 contenders, you would guess, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone in this match that can actually put together a storyline that you would care about?
Sonya and Chelsea.
See, I would say with Chelsea, but not with Sonya.
Chelsea would be the one carrying them, especially as Adam Pearce calls the 2 of them the complaint department.
Yeah, but I think Chelsea would be funnier with Carmella. And I think this was only thrown together because Carmella's injured and they need something to do with Chelsea. So I would slow burn this and get her out of it. Like, just go through the motions until it's fixed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know.
But you know what tag team I want back? Give me back the Iconics.
Oh, yes.
Because Liv's super personable, but she's already shown us she can't carry a title. Raquel Gonzalez is good, but they won't pull the trigger on her.
I know. I'm kind of. What the hell are they doing here with that? Oh, I thought they were going to throw Shayna outside of the ring. I mean, that would have been cool.
I like Shotzi, but they got to figure out something for her.
Yeah. My opinion, Shotzi kind of fell through the cracks.
She's really good. You ever see Shotzi on the independent scene?
Yes,
She's a psychopath.
I remember her from Evolve.
Yeah, she's nuts. Look up the Shotzi chair spot online.
Oh my god! And Shane, and I hate to say this, but Shayna, I hate what they're doing with her. I loved her at NXT because she was so dominant.
Give her time. Well, I mean, I would say give her time, but she's also like in her late 30s. But I can see them doing a tag team run, giving Ronda a tag team title with Shayna, let them run it for a few months, and then they implode, and then we get a Shauna and
That was a great spot with Chelsea.
Yeah. Honestly, even with like Liv and Gonzalez, I would separate that. I'd put Liv back with no, it wasn't. I'm sorry. I would try to make right, and if I were to move anybody up in the near future from NXT, because I think a lot of people throw a lot of names out for call-ups in NXT, but I think a lot of them wouldn't work because right now they would just be small fish in a big pond. But I think there's a handful of women from that division in NXT that can move up. I think NXT's women's division is super strong. But I would I'd move Toxic Attraction up, and I would try to find a way to get them back together. And I'd have them start messing with Sonya Deville, and I'd put Sonya back with Mandy, and I'd make it right with Mandy Rose.
And then, Brian, you're gonna love this next comment. I'll let you guys read that one.
I adore Sonya. She's absolutely underappreciated, and my lady crush. I ain't mad at that. But Carmella and Chesley definitely makes more sense. I agree. I
agree.
I think Sonya
I agree on both ends.
Very underappreciated. And I think she's everyone's crush.
Ryan's behind again. Well, nope. I am not gonna say it. Nope. I am not gonna say it.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
Billy, I'm sorry. I live in Long Island. We don't have wide open range for better internet service like you do up in the boondocks of Schenectady. Okay.
I thought she was talking about you were behind. I'm sorry. I misread that.
Well, I mean, what behind? I'm a flat ass.
You invited a guy on here who uses his name as an acronym and makes an oral sex joke with it.
True. Meanwhile, this guy over here has has the premium cock.
I do too, but I had to pay for it.
Well, I Jewish it.
Yeah. Oh God.
Also, night one history made as well. Rhea Ripley is the first woman in the company to hold the UK NXT, Raw, and SmackDown titles.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And tag team, if I remember correctly.
Maybe I don't know about the tag team part, but I do know that she's held every major women's title in her that she could have held, like because the women's NXT is unattainable now, but she's the first and only one to have won that UK NXT, normal NXT, and then the two women titles she can win on the main roster, world titles.
Wait, John. Oh, sorry. Hold on. That means that someone besides the 4 horsewomen actually has a better record? Shocking.
There's a few.
Yeah.
There's a few. Alexa Bliss for a while there was pushed really, really hard, and then she got caught up in the Bray Wyatt nonsense. Asuka has gets a lot of love. The problem is Asuka's really good, but she's not marketable as a champion.
So we have this comment coming in. She was the first woman Grand Slam champion. And Billy turns in and says she is the first true Grand Slam champion.
Oh yeah, she's probably my favorite woman wrestler on the planet right now. She's like I always say she's my favorite.
Son of a bitch!
Told you,
Anthony, you called it. You called it. And they didn't even do shit.
Here's the only problem with this. If they take the titles off of, which they will, Becky and Lita, which, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry for nostalgia purposes. I get people really like it, but like, who wants to watch Lita right now? I know I don't.
She had her moment last night, so.
No, thank you. Here's a hot take. It's going to get me heat. I respect Lita and Trish, what they've done for this business and women's wrestling. Trish is the first woman to cross over from eye candy to actually training and making it legitimized. So I give them all the credit in the world. But if you took Lita and Trish in their prime and put them in today's women's wrestling, they'd be mid-carders at best. Women's wrestling is too evolved now. They're good.
No, I totally agree. I'm listening to you because I'm just making sure I get to the comments here.
The only ones back in the day that held a can I think if you took them from their prime then and put them in today's time, I think their in-ring work would speak for themselves, as people like Ivory and people like Jacqueline and people like Molly Holly and Mickey James, Mickey James is still proving that she's one of those wrestlers. They're the ones that Gail Kim are all ones you can put in today's wrestling and they would be fine. But I think Trish and Lita would struggle.
Yeah, I think so too.
It seems that from what the parts I saw and from reading the comments, I think this was the worst match of the 2 nights so far.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I hate to say that because I think a lot of the women in this match are talented women.
But they're all thrown together. There's no reason to care about it.
And there's no emotional investment, as I keep stressing on this show every week.
There was no build for this match either. It was just like a random tag match put together. Okay, go fight. Okay.
But you know what's funny though? Look at yesterday with the men's Fatal 4-Way showcase. That one was also put together, but that one, because you got guys like Montez Ford, Chad Gable, Braun Strowman, show what they can really do, it got fans invested. This one was more of, okay, well, we have the men, so we're going to have the women, but we're just going to put it all together and just, give them 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, also, you look at you have a legit tag team in the Street Profits, but if you look at both those matches, I picked the Street Profits because they're the only legitimized tag team that you can see going. You look at Shawn and Ronda; they're the only legitimate tag team in that match. But the men's also made you care a little bit about Braun and Ricochet. They make you care about Otis and Chad, even though that's slowly breaking up. But that's my only beef when it comes to WWE wrestling, is they play protection too hard on too many people. Everyone can't be protected, and then you just can't keep people away from people for too long because then your storylines get stale. It's okay to take a loss here and there.
No,
on a side note, we are a third of a way done with WrestleMania Night 2.
Yeah. Like, here's a guy, Bronson Reed, Mike. Oh, I love him to death.
Oh.
I got to hang out with him for a full day at PPW, help him with a meet and greet. He was so cool. I talked to him forever because it was one of those days where, like, he got really busy in the beginning with the meet and greet, and then it kind of died off, and there was nobody around. So I was literally in between him and PCO, and we just sat and talked for like 3 hours. It was the coolest night of my life.
Oh, that's a hell of a trio right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, David. That's what we're trying to say is that
I agree,
you
David.
this is a match that realistically should have been on the pre-show.
So here's a question: Cody wins the titles tonight because that's my prediction. Do we merge the titles into one, or does he keep one and send the other one to SmackDown for like a tournament?
I could see some sort of like tournament or like okay, now Bobby Lashley's out. No, I could see some sort of like tournament happening where they crown the new champion. I wouldn't say at Money in the Bank because you want to let it really go. I would say SummerSlam.
Well, my question is, if they turn around and they say, "All right, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna merge the men's titles." If they're merging the men's, the women's isn't far behind. And if the women lose a main title because they merge one and two into one, they're going to need a secondary women's title. I think that's another problem too, is they don't know how to build storylines in WWE without titles sometimes, especially in the women's side. I know Ronda has been very vocal lately saying that Ronda feels like the lead up to Mania has been very lackluster for the women, and she's not wrong. Because it's like, but I think a secondary women's title would be very helpful.
Yeah,
you see what they just did with Bobby Lashley.
That was stupid.
That's more entertaining than it would have been if Bray was involved.
I guess I could say I know where Hit Row has been tonight.
Definitely not going over the top. Definitely not going over the top rope.
Got to hang out with her husband for a night too. Nikki Cross.
Oh yeah.
I think Sanity's coming back.
I think so too.
It was kind of. I think I agree as well because I think that was kind of hinted at me when I was talking to. Oh, what's his face? Fulton. Fulton.
Mm-hmm.
That what?
That Sanity's coming back.
I messaged him a couple. So there was this one where she was backstage and she was drawing on the floor in chalk, and she drew like her and three people around her, and then put a date, and the date was like Sanity's debut in NXT or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I messaged Damos like, looks like it's because I told him the night I was hung out. I'm like, dude, it has to happen. They're gonna call you back. Like, you're too good not to get called back. Everything you've been doing on the independent scene, like, you're good. And I said, then your buddy's contract ends in a couple months at the Impact, and then your other buddy is doing some cool shit over in the UK. So it's only a matter of time. You're all staying relevant and all doing fun things. And he goes, unless you know something I don't, man, they didn't tell me anything. So then I was like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And then I messaged him a couple months after that thing, and I was like, looks like I'll be seeing you on my TV. I can't wait, brother. And he wrote back, he goes, yeah, man, once again, I didn't hear anything. So I'm glad you have more faith in me than I do, or something like that. And he goes, but I didn't hear anything. And I just put the gif of Ron Burgundy saying, I don't believe you, to him. And he wrote, LOL, cheers, have a good holiday.
To answer your question, Anthony, from before, Kai chimes in here and says, I think he's going to sacrifice one of the titles for the brand he doesn't get drafted to, and a super babyface promo on how one show deserves their own title or something like that.
I agree.
And then Monkey chimes in with Nikki.
You don't like Nikki? I like Nikki.
I mean, she's a little bit on the psycho right now, so.
She's someone that you just give her a character and she'll find a way to get it over. Same with Carmella. You can put Carmella in any situation, any angle, any person, and she'll get over.
Yeah.
Who wins this one?
Oh. This is, I think they're set up for the IC match right now.
Yep. It's a no-brainer for me.
What do you have winning?
Sheamus.
Ryan, what about you? Who do you have winning?
I have Drew, but Drew starts turning heel.
I have Drew turning heel, but I think he loses. and then I think we get Drew and Sheamus build up to SummerSlam, and I think Drew takes the title off of Sheamus at SummerSlam, but also and Sheamus's career.
I think I have the same scenario, but I'm swapping the individuals.
That's another thing also to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Drew hasn't re-signed yet. So that's going to play a big role in this match.
I see Drew winning the title as a heel. Have those two build it up. But what Sheamus saying, like you're my brother, you know damn well this is supposed to be the title that I'm supposed to win. This is the only title of my career that I've never won. Oh God, not again! Why? Why?
Yo, can we talk about the fact that Titus has a can of beer on commentary? I fucking love that. Oh, they all have a can of beer.
Because that's the sponsor for the IC title match.
Bro, we need more of that. We need more beer on commentary. I've done a few shows with a couple beers, and it's way more fun. I literally got told the one time, they're like, are you going to be okay if you have a couple beers while you're on commentary? I said, bro, if there's anyone in this business who can drink beers and talk on a microphone, you're looking at him. I can drink beers and stay PG-13. I did a beer podcast for 4 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It wasn't always PG, but I know how to make it work.
I wonder if this Mike's Hard promo is what starts Drew's heel run.
Yeah, I think what would make Drew resign if Sheamus said to him like, "Hey, I'm winding down here. This second run of my career shouldn't have even happened, and I got my body right and I healed up, but I don't think I want to stick around much longer. I've done everything I have to do. I want you to be the guy to put me down." And I think Drew resigns for that reason only.
Yeah, because also I think Sheamus is in his mid-40s, I think, so he's getting up there in age.
And he had a neck issue that he thought was going to retire him.
That's right.
So I think he wins tonight, and I think this leads to a Drew Sheamus battle at some point in time where Drew takes the title off him, because Drew would make a great IC champion. Great work rate champion.
Absolutely.
I was going to say,
love the white attire on him so far.
And then Gunther loses without taking a fall, and I think Gunther's going to be one of those people at some point in time is going to be a contender for Cody's championship. I can actually see, because I think not only does Cody win the title tonight, but I think Cody's one of those guys who only has maybe like a 2-3 month title run, and I think he drops it. I don't think we're getting another long title run from the world champion. And I can see by the time we turn around to 2025, I think Cody will be like a 4 or 5 time world champion. I think he's going to be one of those guys that they're going to flip the title around a lot. And Cody's always going to be the money in the chase. And I think one of the people that he's going to chase and possibly take a title off of again is going to be Gunther.
Oh, yeah.
Gunther will be a world champion within the next 2 years.
I think even sooner than that.
You don't tell a guy you're fat and we don't like the way you look, and then he transforms himself the way he does and doesn't get rewarded for it. Well, Mike's Hard Lemonade is cooler than the father versus son, the drama, like all the storyline of that was beautiful, and they're like, also Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You got a Scottish and an Irish guy, so beer makes sense. But like, do you remember when Ray and Dom were last good? Is when they used to sit around their breakfast table when they were kids. They ate Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yeah,
it's just kind of silly.
It was like the same thing with LA Knight and Wyatt when they had the lights.
Pitch Black Mountain Dew. Bro, I I don't want anyone to ever lose their job, and I don't hate him as a person. But the whole Bray Wyatt stuff, man, I can care less about. I was saying literally what Bray is what's happening to Bray right now, and you can have people in my chat attest to this. But I've been saying that was going to happen 3 months before they even signed him. I said if he comes back, this is exactly how this is going to play out, and it did to a T.
But I do like the look with McIntyre tonight. Because I think that's really the first time he's worn the white trunks.
I think so too.
All right. Well, if this match is sponsored by beer, I'll be right back.
All right.
I think he's going to get a drink.
Yep. But so far, I love all the comments we're getting. It's actually fun for me trying to keep up with all the comments.
Wait, hold on.
Got another comment coming in here saying no LA night in LA.
Show's not over yet, buddy. Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So by the time so we got that. By the time okay,
I'm back.
all right.
You didn't miss much. All you missed was Ludwig's intro to Gunther.
He's really walking. He's walking with a step there. I like it.
I think tonight he's doing. I think they said it was almost his 300th day as IC champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Which I will say.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
No, I was going to say, I wonder if they told him, hey, don't take the Undertaker approach when coming down to the ring. Walk a little quicker there, buddy.
They probably said that for everybody. Yeah. Let me talk to you.
Here we go.
There we go. Big men slapping meat. But no, Anthony, I agree with your statement about Gunther. Remember, I think it was 2-3 years ago, he was well over 300 pounds and whatnot. But then seeing him transform into what he is right now, it's impressive.
Yeah. They told me I had to work on it, and he did. Sorry, I'm uploading I try to upload a reel or some type of content every 3 to 4 hours, and I'm due. So just got to upload something real fast.
You're good.
Bro, nobody.
Oh, I like the.
Nobody grinds like your boy.
Here's an interesting question. How would you rate Gunther's run so far on the main brand?
Fantastic. We actually gave a shit about the IC title again.
I love it.
I don't think it gets any better than what he's done.
You all right, John?
Yeah. I'm just checking up, make sure you know.
But no, I agree. I love Gunther's run. I love the fact that they brought back Imperium.
Yes.
That Belfast brawl that they had at Extreme Rules was absolutely chaotic and phenomenal.
Because the thing with them is you let them be them.
Exactly. And even Gunther's matches at the IC title have been phenomenal. Like, for case in point, him versus Ricochet on SmackDown.
Yeah.
Whew. That's another individual who's extremely underwhelmed, extremely like missed through the cracks. And Ricochet.
I didn't notice this. Apparently, there's some people in the crowd wearing the same clothing from last night.
Maybe they had a sleep. Maybe they had a sleepover in the stadium.
Well, we know the guy.
I mean, it's wrestling. Are we shocked?
No.
I love my wrestling community, but Jesus Christmas. Some of you guys. Deodorant.
Cologne. Another wonderful invention called soap.
Bro, I can't say who, I can't say where, and I can't say when. But there has been a moment at a wrestling show that was so bad that I borrowed someone's cologne from their bag and sprayed it on my finger and rubbed it into my mustache.
Oh, God.
True story.
Yeah, but hold on. If you want to talk about smelling good and you're a coffee fan, this is a really bad segue.
Oh, God. That's a horrible segue.
Check out the On the Ropes Podcast Coffee. It's a organic Sumatra blend featuring motor oil.
Made with motor oil? That's not healthy.
It's a coffee in New York. And
you guys got a coffee endorsement? How'd you do that?
Work some magic.
Some motor oil magic.
That'd be one sponsor if I got offered. I don't know if I'd be able to take it.
But yes, guys, if you check out our social medias and shoot us a message, we'll definitely talk to you about the prices for this and all that stuff. Because Ryan, I mean, you've tried it.
And I'm not really a coffee drinker, but that stuff was good.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee at all, so I'd be the worst endorsement on a coffee brand.
I used to, but then I just got turned off by it. But I tried it because I tried it, just to see the organicness, and it was actually pretty smooth.
Again, guys,
I need to get sponsored by like anyone who makes beer glasses or like beer,
or just beer in general.
Again, guys, Round the Ropes Coffee, Motor Oil, definitely go check them out. And
it's not made.
Oh.
It's coffee. It's not motor oil. Don't put it in your car.
Yes,
exactly.
Please don't.
Right now we have Gunther and Drew just chopping the shit out of each other. Oh, as I said, big men slapping meat. Look at all the beefiness in the ring. Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get through some of the comments here. Talk about the green shirt guy.
Seriously.
It's what an interesting world we live in, where a member of the crowd gets over.
Do you guys remember the those two other certain fans that looked like like the old school farmer photo?
Mm-mm.
Like one of the children of the corn. It was like, and here comes the red chest. Exactly. Oh. So far, this match has been match of the night.
Not hard competition so far, though.
I did hear that John thinks that Gunther chops like a wussy, though.
what I heard too. Did you guys watch any of the collective stuff yet?
No.
I there's one I want to check out. It's the one where Darius Carter was on. I'm curious to see how he did.
For the culture, it was the opening match. I knew 2 people in that match. Darius Carter.
How was the turnout? How was the turnout for that? I'm sorry to cut you off, Anthony. How was the turnout for that
It
one?
was good. The only one I watched so far where the turnout was pretty lackluster was after night 1, I believe it was the next day. Jimmy Lloyd's D-Generation F. It was like
really?
Dead. It was dead.
Really? Well, I mean, wasn't spring break before that?
Spring break was like at 2 a.m.
Oh God!
So then you had people who got tickets for spring break, left there super late at night, and then I think that show was like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. the next day. And that's a long day of wrestling. If people bought a bunch of shows for day 1, Jimmy Lloyd's probably took a hit the next day.
And the venue is not that close to the stadium. I think it's like a half hour away from what I heard.
Oh, really?
It's in Englewood.
I have a feeling that you're gonna Mania weekend next year. I'm making a prediction now. I don't think GCW runs in Philly.
No.
I think they run in Jersey.
I think so too because wow. Especially the fact that at this moment the entire crowd just gave Sheamus a standing ovation. That's impressive. But no, Anthony, I agree because also in Jersey, you can get away with a lot of shit.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
The question is, where in Jersey would they go?
That would be like H2O would not be able to handle a Mania weekend.
No.
Super Crazy would not be able to handle a Mania weekend.
I don't think that building is around anymore. I don't think Super Crazy is around anymore.
They lost their building?
I think so.
Oh shit. Because they haven't been doing shows in that building whenever they did their monthly shows, but they've been doing it somewhere else. Yeah. That was stiff. Clothesline.
Atlantic City's too far.
Yeah. I don't know. That's going to be a really tough gamble. Do they try to book 2300 Arena and use that for the full day and be super close and sacrifice what they can do show wise? So they can be in the same city, or do they say, hey, listen, we ran LA 30 minutes away. Let's do it for Philly. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
But also, where would they set up like WrestleCon and all that shit?
Oh, WrestleCon will happen at the probably at the building that they want to do everything in downtown Philly. Either that, or they would run it in the basketball hockey stadium, and the football stadium would be the venue for the wrestling show. Realistically, Philly if I'm GCW and I want to risk and not run like hardcore shows and just say, hey, we'll just put on some fun cards that won't be super hardcore. I would say, if I'm GCW, I'd say, hey, Comcast, what do we have to do to put a wrestling ring in that building?
I can do you one better.
Because if GCW was Infinity Live, and then the hockey and basketball stadium was WrestleCon, and they were running some events there, and then the stadium is Mania, the fans don't have to leave that sporting complex.
Here's the other problem, though. That arena would be for Raw, SmackDown, and the Hall of Fame and Takeover.
Yeah.
There is another. If they really want to try and gamble, here's like you said, not do any hardcore shit. There is a baseball stadium that's in that complex.
Yeah.
If they really want to, and God,
you're risking. Look at it outside right now. It's been raining all week. It's cold.
I know.
Cold. Yeah.
That's the only issue, though. You be screwing with Mother Nature.
I've never been to a pay-per-view in my life. I'm a 36-year-old wrestling fan. I've never been to a major pay-per-view.
Really?
I don't own any replica belts. I grew up poor. I can't afford any of that.
Sure. Replica belts? No, I don't. I think John has 20 of them.
Really? Look at you. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot I want, but I just every time I make money, man, I put it back into the podcast. So I don't get the cool things yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully, one day if this ever blows up, I can get my own belt. But
Right.
the
You know, one of those. No, Anthony, not to get up there for a second, but Ryan, one of those supposed replica belts I have is currently what's keeping my pants up right now as we speak.
So which one do you have? The IC title or the US title holding it up?
I'll tell you in a second. The one that I'm fluffy and I need a belt to hold my pants up.
Oh, the Cruiserweight title. Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly. No, but also seriously, if there was one belt I would get, there's one belt that I would love to have, and that is the original IC title, the white one.
Oh, with the white strap?
Yeah, give me that one.
See, I would go with the Winged Angel.
yeah, me too.
God damn, this crowd is hot.
He needs a belt to contain that premium cock.
Yeah. Actually, it's Premium Cock Plus.
Premium cock plus, no ads.
Kai chimes in here and says, "I went to the first Money in the Bank pay-per-view. Weird, it was held in Kansas City. We don't get shit." Well, since you're
bro,
bringing it, we've been.
Hold on, a bro kicked the Gunta one. I think I called the heel turn. As Drew just pulled Sheamus off of Gunther after the bro kick. And of course, both of them are fighting on the outside, which means one or two things. Oh, never mind. That was the other thing. But you know, next year with WrestleMania in Philly, we'll see like 50 shows running in the span of 10 miles.
Oh yeah.
That's another thing too. Is like, if I get tickets to Mania, do I also run the risk of saying, "Hey, I can't work shows that day"? Because like, if I'm working a show 9 times I'm part of production or something like that. It's like, do I run a show, then quick run and get ready, like, and then where do I put all my shit, and then go to a fucking, like, you know what I mean? It's a crazy day.
Yeah, but Ryan, you know the other building that's gonna be holding some shows that weekend.
2300, of course.
No, Ridgeville Park.
No,
You don't think so?
Richfield Park is too far from Philly. Richfield Park's about an hour and a half from Philly.
I think if you're within an hour of Philadelphia, you run a show that day or that weekend. Because not everyone can afford to go to Mania. Not everyone can afford to go to GCW. Not everyone can afford to travel to Philly, but they want to go to a Mania weekend show.
I think
A perfect example was Friday night.
Yeah.
They sold out a building Mania weekend when everybody was either out of town or they were at home watching, and still sold out a building.
Oh, hold on. God damn. And John, I hope you're watching this, part of the match with Sheamus and Drew McIntyre, because what's going to be happening here, that's going to be our same sequence in the 200-man Rumble match, where everyone stands off to the side and let us do this.
So, okay, you're doing a Claymore kick?
No, I'm Drew McIntyre. I'm taller.
Oh, okay.
You'll be giving me the Claymore kick.
Yeah. If you're in the crowd that night, have your camera out, because it's going to be the only time you're ever going to see me going off the ground.
Billy Fesky, if you're watching this, please book myself and John into that 200-man Battle Royal.
Actually,
Royal Rumble.
Ryan, You don't have to say that. You can ask him Tuesday.
That's right, because he's going to be our first guest on Tuesday at 8:30. So make sure to tune in.
Yes.
Where's that show happening at?
I don't know if they've announced a venue yet.
Wow.
I think they're still working on it. I think. And another bro kick. Oh my God, Sheamus is taking forever. Wait a minute, hold on. Where's Gunther? Oh, there's my answer. There's my answer. Where the hell's Gunther?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh!
I'm not saying anything until you caught up.
Wow. Honestly, I'm giving this 5 stars. Because that was a really good, big man matchup.
Gunther
Right.
said,
Well,
I don't
the
give a
fact-
shit about your Mania moment. It's mine.
Well, the fact that, Titus O'Neil, Corey Graves, and Michael Cole are actually standing and applauding Gunther right now.
Well, I think that Michael Cole and Corey Graves are only standing and applauding to give the hint to Titus O'Neil to get the hell out of there because he was terrible on commentary.
Oh, I didn't even hear him, honestly.
It was awful. It was a
But
great match.
wow.
It was a great match. My only thing that took me out of it is there was way more story involved of Drew and Sheamus, and Gunther was kind of secondary as the champion.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yep,
they're
I'm making notes now. Okay. Claymore kick to John. Make sure he goes 5 feet in the air. Then John gives me the bro kick. And then Anthony Blackwell will just powerbomb both of us and throw both of us over the top.
I'm not a wrestler. I'm not a wrestler.
Neither are we. We're booking this part of the Rumble. You're eliminating us in the Rumble.
All right. And then I eliminate myself.
You Drew carry yourself.
Yeah.
You Drew carry yourself. You climb over. No. I'm sorry. You Great Khali yourself. You climb over the top rope by accident.
If you book me for the Rumble, I will bring a real wrestler and I will act like I'm gonna get in and then pitch hit relief somebody. And if they win, then I won the Rumble.
No, you know who I would love to see in the Rumble? You'll get a kick out of it, Anthony. Pete Rosado.
Now, if they ever bring back that basketball game,
Oh my God, yeah.
call me up. Because I watched that game. And there's some people that had no business playing basketball on it.
Yeah.
Some great wrestlers cannot ball.
Brian. I'll say this much: if Pete Rosado's in that Rumble, he'll be the loudest one in there.
Yes. He'll be doing commentary during the match while he's fighting.
Book Tantalizing Tony to be in the Rumble.
Okay, that works better.
He's been dying to get back in the ring.
Then you have Alphonse.
I got it. I can just see Tantalizing Tony turn around and go to eliminate somebody. Go, okay, stay tantalizing. Whoosh.
And then Joey Conway kicks his face off.
Oh.
Also, next day, stay tantalizing. Whoosh.
Oh, wow, this is next. The Raw Women's title's next.
Crispy says, then I eliminate Anthony.
Yeah.
Crispy, you'd have to bring your whole army.
No, you know who
I'm
should
not
be
a
in that
re-
Rumble?
I'm not a wrestler, but I know how to fight.
No, if you know who should be in that Rumble, Hamlet.
Oh yeah. Wait, what promotion's running this again? Titan, right?
Titan.
Yeah.
Titan.
Okay. This is probably a terrible question to ask you guys because it probably
Sure.
puts you on the spot. But like, what is the situation of like when it comes to like Jersey promotions and like playing friendly or nice with each other?
Ask him that one.
Like what I'm saying Is there promotions that like if you work for one, you're not allowed to work for others and stuff? Like, is that a thing in Jersey?
So a while ago, there used to be, because especially with a couple of promotions, I think you know really well, by the way, Anthony, because you work with one of them.
Work or worked?
I don't know what the situation is now, but let's just say it was in a town that began with the letter N.
Oh, I work there. Yeah, that's
Yeah, so there you go.
That's current.
That's current. Okay. So I remember years ago, that was a rule in effect where if you know you work on another promotion that supposedly they had problems with, you can't work for that promotion. But that's I don't think that's a thing anymore. Honestly, I remember with Titan there used to be a whole thing with them in SWF
Oh yeah.
for years, but then all of a sudden they just lost that.
I don't remember.
No, I don't remember that one. I remember Tout for like a cup of coffee.
Do you remember when WWE made their own social media in like 2011? It was called W Universe, and it got shut down because a bunch of kids used to target kids. Oh my goodness! Wait, you're gonna tell me that professional wrestlers have creeps in it and use the business to talk to children? I don't believe you.
That's fake
And
news.
you're gonna tell me that they'll get unbooked everywhere except New Jersey? I don't believe you.
And folks, this is what we say: the more you know.
Listen. I remember.
Holy Oscar overload. Who do you think half these Oscars are?
I know that's
They're all probably NXT girls.
probably Tiffany Stratton, Indy Hartwell.
I will tell you right now, none of those girls were Tiffany Stratton.
That's true.
There's one giveaway.
That's Oscar right there.
There's one giveaway, or two, depending on how you want to take a look at it.
No, I think I can fill in the blanks on that one.
Tiffany Stratton took a crazy ass bump this weekend too. Holy Hannah.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's still walking.
Well, she didn't mean to take that bump. Nobody caught her.
I know.
Remember during the pandemic when Montez Ford took a solid flat front bump?
Oh my god! He got all hyped up and went, yeah! And then, whee! To boom! I'm like, oh my god!
I still think they might have gimmicked that, but
I think so too.
I love Asuka.
Why does it also feel like tonight is flying by much quicker than last night?
Because it's Sunday. People have work in the morning.
Because realistically, you got this match,
Hell in a Cell.
Hell in a Cell, and then your main event.
And it's only 9:15.
Unless, of course, we get that stupid thing where they go, okay, guys, we have to bring in this person.
So we shattered another attendance record. Right now it's 185,000 fans.
Gears of Kai chimes in and says they think it was only up for a couple months.
I remember. You guys remember Tout?
Yes.
Yeah, that was it for a cup of coffee. Speaking of cup of coffee, John, another reminder: we have coffee, courtesy of Motor. Oh, hold on. Okay.
And this is why Bianca Belair does not lose the title.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whoever takes that title off her needs to be a big fucking deal, because her representation of what she provides in professional wrestling and how she's marketed and how you can put her on talk shows. And I love Asuka, but she's not that person, especially if the company gets sold and it gets sold to a multimedia celebrity agency. Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley are all people you can put them on TV and market the company.
Oh, this dance group is phenomenal.
I don't know. Little kids dancing. I guess because I grew up with a cousin who did dance recitals, and I used to always get drugged to them, and I'd have to sit there for 8 hours for dance.
Oh,
I can care less about it.
fair enough.
But it's pretty dope that all these girls are having a WrestleMania moment and seeing their representation of Bianca Belair, because that's something that professional wrestling, especially WWE, has not had in a very ever until recently. I didn't realize how powerful of a champion and what Bianca meant to professional wrestling until I went to a live Raw show, and like most of my life, I guess, as a like white guy, white male, white kid, you know, most of our champions have all been our representation. And then you see the crowd of just essentially like what we just seen, girls dancing on stage, like young girls, people of color, just losing their shit to Bianca Belair. And it's like, this is why she's important to wrestling right now.
Absolutely.
She's amazing. Yeah. She's amazing.
I love the gear. I love the gear, by the way, I see so far with Bianca.
She probably made it. She makes all her own gear.
That's true. She does. And actually, I think today marks, 1 year to the day that she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, she won
champion?
it at Mania. She won it at Mania.
But anyway, back to the coffee plug.
Made by Motor Oil. It's really good.
Not actual motor oil coffee, which is based out of upstate New York. It is basically organic crack, and it's delicious. As you can sense by my lovely assistant over here, who's taking a nice little whiff of that organic crack.
Folks, do not do drugs.
Don't do drugs, only coffee.
Definitely shoot us a message, and we can definitely discuss prices with you. And also, we take PayPal, Venmo. I'm probably forgetting another one that we take.
Not Bitcoin.
I have no idea how the hell to even handle Bitcoin.
You don't. It's not real.
And also, there was other.
I was off by 18 in the chops.
What was that? Sorry, John. What were you saying, Anthony?
I said I was off by 18 with the chops.
Oh, okay.
20. It was 38.
Oh, God.
The other history that was made last night in the Charlotte Flair Rhea Ripley match was the entire crew for it were all female.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I still think they should bring a female commentator in. I thought Renee was excellent on commentary.
I agree.
I thought her and Corey Graves were finally finding their flow, and they got rid of him. This referee too, she's on Instagram and TikTok. She's very entertaining, very fun.
I remember her from the Indies, actually, when she was a wrestler. I think that's AJ Para, I think.
Yeah.
She's married to what's his face?
Leon Ruff.
Yeah.
I love
that's the name that's kind of thrown off that no one's heard of in a while. Leon.
I agree, Kai. Just right now for Asuka, title's not in the picture. That's why they need a secondary women's title. That's the singles title. When it comes to in-ring work, Asuka's probably the best on the roster, behind Charlotte Flair.
I just can't wait till Mania next year in Philly. I just can't wait. I think it's safe to say, John, if I'm correct, one way or another, myself and you will be there in Philly.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sure Anthony will be there too.
I might. I don't know if I can get my funds up.
Oh, I mean, like be around the area that weekend at least.
We'll see. Yeah, time will tell. I have a lot of expenses to cover if I want to in my content creating journey this year, so it's gonna be tough to do that and save up money for Mania.
True.
I got to get 3. I have to get 2 more of these.
Ah, gotcha.
And there's some stuff behind me I want to do for the setup.
And actually, Anthony, on a Friday at one point, I was standing next to John for a hot second, and I think it was the opening match. He was like, "Can we make this into a 7-way? Because I can definitely dive onto these guys."
He wanted to do a dive spot.
Yeah, he wanted to do a dive spot so badly.
They could have booked a match that night. You guys could have been in a triple threat.
Shit.
Yeah, my dog came in. She's laying on the bed. When she comes in, she pushes the door open, and then you see her shadow like a monster creep through. I actually just cleaned off that couch. It was full of all my podcast equipment. So now she's happy she can lay on it. She's deaf. We just literally within the last month, she lost her hearing. She used to have supersonic hearing. Like she would hear something down the block and lose her mind, and she had super high anxiety and stress. And then one day, my wife came home from work. Actually, it was 2 weeks ago. She came home from work and she's like, "Where's the dog?" Because the dog's usually at the door before you are, and because she hears your car pull up. And she's like, I don't know. I thought because usually when my wife's not home, she lays by the front door till my wife gets home. And then Heidi went upstairs and she's like, yo, so I'm screaming her name. She's not answering. So then we went on the hunt for her and she was sleeping in the room. And we thought, oh, maybe she's just sleeping and she's in a deep sleep. And I'm like, maybe she's dead because she's also 15, 16 years old. And I'm looking at her, I'm like, lady, and I'm screaming her name, lady, right now. She's not even responding. Nope, nothing. So I'll see a little bit. It's a little there. She's delayed. So we went and touched her and she woke up real quick and I was like, I think she's deaf. And then we found out that she's definitely, it's not fully gone, but she's definitely struggling with it.
Well, Anthony, I'll tell you right now, after the last Titans show, the Courage and Power one that they just did, I already told a few of the people there, within the next 2 years, I want to enter into the ring.
Oh, yeah? In what capacity?
I don't know.
Yes.
Are you going to start training?
Possibly not training, but I want to. There's 2 possible surgeries I might be needing to have this year. And once I get past those,
penile reduction because it's hard to move. Canceled, and we're canceled.
Oh, wow!
He goes from premium to standard.
Yeah. He gets ads again. This is why no one books me as guests on their podcast.
By the way, for the viewers out there that are tuning in, thank you for still tuning in to our very non-PG-esque watch along. As right now it's Bianca Belair taking on Asuka. Basically, we're at the halfway point of the show already, which is insane. And also, Anthony, this guy over here, along with a few other individuals, kept yelling at me to take a bump on Friday night.
You lucky I didn't yell. We'll yell at you what I usually yell at people. No, I never yelled at a wrestling show yet. No, maybe I did. I yelled at once, I think. Usually my go-to, I yell at somebody, especially if they're at a concert. Like if my buddies are on, because I'm involved in a lot of like I like local music, but I usually yell at someone like I'll scream, "Take your shirt off," because it's such a weird thing to yell at somebody. Yeah, I was gonna yell that at you. Take your shirt off.
Some of the people there may have liked it if he did. Anthony, this is for you.
David, is that actually David's like photo? Is that really him? Is that like him?
Yep.
David looks like a wanted poster from like the 1940s. David, your photo looks like you robbed a bank during the Wild West, and they are looking for you. The Pinkertons are on the hunt.
I was gonna say, he started laughing.
Oh my god!
If you want more great content by your boy, search Anthony Blackwell Jr. or ABJ on all social media and podcast platforms. There's my plug. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you got to boo people when they're bad guys.
Actually, Anthony, I don't know if you heard me, but after the national anthem, before the main event, I yelled "Hell Canada."
Yeah. I thought for sure when they did the national anthem spot, I thought it was a bit. I thought somebody was.
I thought so too.
I thought Conway was gonna like interrupt it or stop it. I was like, why are we doing it now? It was a weird spot to do.
I was so confused. And also, by the way, David says he takes that as a compliment.
I love it. Yeah, I thought it was a bit. I was thrown. I didn't understand that spot. Oh, do you think Bianca and Asuka watched night one's match for the women's championship and said like, "Bro, we need to go hard tonight"?
Yes.
It's been a really, really good match.
Oh yeah,
it has.
I don't think it's been Charlotte Rhea good yet.
No.
Charlotte and Rhea just started like legit working strong style on each other at one point.
I think that was at the halfway point of the match, like when things started building up.
I can only imagine what Anthony thinks of my profile picture.
Bro, look at fucking Asuka's core strength to be like, I need to get up over this top rope, but also like, she's so talented. Your profile picture on what, on here?
On Facebook.
Is it still like you crying?
Yeah.
My profile picture for a little bit was me and Paige. We did a bit. I don't know if it's out on the internet yet, but we did a bit and we shot like a spooky skit. By the way, shooting skits at wrestling shows are my favorite thing to do. I love being involved in stuff like that, like shooting like fun promos and stuff. But yeah, so that was my profile picture for a while, and now I think my profile picture is me at the ECW arena. I could be wrong though. I have to like separate them because then I can't remember which one my personal page is and then which one's my business page.
Anthony, the one with me with the one where I looked like I was crying.
Yeah.
Was, I'll tell the story quickly. Last October, we had gone to a show at Ridgefield Park, and we did the one chip challenge. And this was the night after we had done a challenge where we ate 3 White Castle burgers with hot sauces on it.
3 of the hottest sauces in the world.
Did you shit your pants there or at home later on that night?
When I got home.
Good for you.
The funny thing is that picture that is that people see on my Facebook page, that was taken right after the one chip challenge.
Bro, I'm afraid to eat before wrestling shows because wrestling bathrooms alongside of wrestling fans sometimes are gross, and it's a long drive home. Sometimes I get nervous.
I'm the same way too. But I have, I agree with the whole bathroom situation, but also, I think it was my 3rd show ever I did in my career. I ate before the show, and I don't remember what it was, but it just didn't sit right with me. Because all of a sudden I'm in the middle of the ring doing the introductions. All of a sudden I felt like, oh boy, like I'm about to do some artwork on the ring apron. But luckily, after I did the announcements, I literally, and I'm not a runner. I went out of the ring and I bolted as fast as I fucking can to the back, and I started, and I opened up the back door, and pretty much I was like a photo finish. Then after that, I felt like a brand new person. I was like, I felt like I was.
Did you one door or two? Did you one door or two door it?
No, luckily for that one, it was outside, like like in the back behind the building.
You puked.
Puked.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No.
I thought you ran outside, dropped trout, and just
no.
And
No.
Everywhere. You know what I mean?
No. It exited the front, not the back.
That's why I said, did you one door or two door it?
Oh, one big time.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not a rock.
Could you imagine how viral you would have went if you were in the ring? You're like, this contest is scheduled, and just started spray puking everywhere.
This contest is scheduled for one wrong.
That'd be amazing. And then everyone
and it would spell out
puking as well. Like everyone in the crowd starts puking. Like the whole.
Oh God! And also, it would spell out one fall on the canvas.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm around somebody and they throw up, I throw up.
Oh yeah, same here. Oh boy, this doesn't look good. But yeah, like I said, Anthony, I'm not a runner, so basically I'm running out of the ring, and literally I'm running and I was bigger back then too. I was like 450, 460. So you see a 460-pound guy, literally looking like a taller version of Eric Cartman, running to the back of the locker room like this. I'm like, whoa! Oh, I got some stories.
I did my first con.
Oh
no, that's
God, that's horrible.
I did my first con and I got nervous because I was my first con. So I let's just say I got medicated before the show. Little devil's lettuce. I ate some devil's salad. Before the show, and then so I came in and I was like, all right, I have like 2 hours before everybody gets here. I'm good. Like by the time I get, by the time the initial wears off, I'll be great to go. Oh, she missed the mist. If she missed the mist, she's not winning. KOD.
Oscar with the counter.
Yeah, she's gonna reverse it back into the KOD.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, on the side note, John, the Mysterio's mask was actually a tribute to Muda.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I think they said also that. I think they also said the jacket was Liger. I think they said the jacket was more of a Liger tribute.
There it is. I give that a 4.5.
Yeah, this match has been. It was on the same level as the SmackDown Women's title from last night.
No, that was a 4.75. I will never give something a 5, but that was excellent last night.
Well, we got David's rating for it, and he gives it a 4.9 out of 5.
Yeah, so I eat and partaked in a little bit of devil's lettuce, and I'm standing there and I'm toasted, and all I feel is a smack on my butt when I hear this, "Hey baby, how you doing?" And I'm just like, I turn and it's Jimmy Hart and then he wants to have a 10-minute conversation with me, and I'm in another planet, and I'm just like, did that just happen? Did she close the door on you? My wife came in and let the dog see her, and then closed the door so she can't go and see her.
Jeez. John, you doing all right, man? You're very quiet right now.
Yeah.
He's on Devil's Lettuce.
Yeah. It's called Where I Work, Ryan.
It's called what?
Where I Work.
What's in the corner of your room? Is that like a Star Wars Lego set?
Yeah. The thing is, Anthony, where I do the show from is in the collectible room. It's all my dad's stuff.
Gotcha.
So anything you see here is actually stuff that the only thing that I own is right there.
The artwork.
The logo.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, I'll give a quick story. I don't know if you can see it. This newspaper right here
Yeah.
was from Pearl Harbor
Yeah.
on December 7th, 1941,
Wow.
from Hawaii.
Crazy.
I'm trying to see here. Got JFK's bust right here. This is the Super Bowl program right here from when the Dolphins went perfect.
When they beat Washington, scumbags.
Yeah. And then here's the other thing.
I'm a Washington fan.
Oh, yeah, you've been perfect with us then. Hold on.
You have a JFK bust?
Yep, here we go.
Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen that actually.
Yep, actual head right here.
That's actually JFK's head.
No, well, if it,
Go ahead, make the joke. Go ahead. Go ahead. Canceled.
yeah, I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. No, but hold on. If you ever want to see a real life version of me, and this is right, you're gonna laugh at this one, and if a certain other person's watching this, they're gonna laugh as well. Me.
You should grow a mustache.
But yes.
Meanwhile, on WrestleMania, they're recapping the main event from last night.
Bro, it's 9:40 and there's gonna be
There's gonna be a segment in between one of the matches.
yeah, I think they're gonna try to recreate last night's Miz spot again, but it's gonna be something else.
LA Knight. Yeah.
So Anthony,
Oh,
so I guess you don't like lightsabers?
No, in the Discord one night, Kai and this other guy talked about lightsabers for 4 hours. And I felt myself becoming a virgin all over again.
Well, here's the joke. Here's the joke right here.
Dude, the one guy had a lightsaber and he was going through his physical lightsaber collection and he was on the webcam in our Discord dancing around with his lightsaber, and I was like, this is the worst night of my life.
wait a minute.
What are they? I feel like I saw this already.
What the hell is going on? I feel like everyone's had some special lettuce.
Wasn't it the exact same number yesterday?
That's not how that works. You can't take your 2 nights, put them together, and say you had 100,000 people in the building.
Yeah, seriously. And how the hell is there more than last night? How?
Oh boy.
What's wrong with lightsabers? Oh God. I
This is called they don't want to end it early.
And that's a bad thing? Oh God.
I got it. Miz versus Snoop Dogg in a match.
I think so.
I have the volume up. Are they seriously doing that? Come on, Matt Cardona.
Come on, LA Knight.
Come on, Switchblade.
No.
Nah, they're probably. Nah,
All
they're
that's
probably.
yeah. No one makes. Listen, if AJ Styles came to the company and didn't debut on a Mania, Switchblade's not, and neither is anybody else. There's no one in wrestling right now that would join that can have a Mania moment. That's a free agent right now.
You guys are embarrassing. My bad.
This is either going to be LA Knight or Bobby Lashley.
How about Bruno Sammartino? Can't they pull him up?
Oh, that's even worse.
Are you kidding me?
I hate Shane McMahon. When people get excited for him to wrestle, I don't understand why. All right, Shane's back. Somehow let's get Shane involved in the title picture.
God, why? Why? Why?
Not who I expected as a return tonight, folks.
All right, now I'm rooting for the Miz.
Oh shit! Is this me now? He's back.
God, I hope not. Didn't he get fired for trying to put himself over in the fucking Rumble?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
So the biggest return we've had so far tonight, and at WrestleMania, is Shane McMahon.
This is terrible.
Yeah, I think Pat McAfee's return was better.
Oh wait, are they gonna play the whole "I'm the best in the world"?
Oh God! Wait, they're not in Saudi Arabia.
Wasn't it them two who had that? Who basically started that whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and ruined Miz's push that he could have been a world champion at that point in time.
Exactly. And now Shane is back as a babyface. The fuck is going on?
No, Shane's crying. He thinks the fans love him again. You guys cheered Shane into booking himself as a champion. Shane's like, bro, Dad, did you hear them? Did you hear them, Dad?
All you think of is the freaking DX promo that they did of making fun of the McMahons. And Shawn Michaels is DX like, look at me, Dad! They're cheering! Look at me, Dad! I'm dancing! That's all I can see right now. Again with this shit? Come on!
So your two-time Grand Slam champion of your company gets beat up by a commentary guy and now gets beat up by the boss's kid again. I think Shane just broke his ankle. Shane broke his ankle.
Wait, what?
Shane broke his ankle.
Wait, whose ankle? Miz's or his?
Shane broke his ankle. Shane just broke his ankle. He jumped and broke his ankle.
Oh, shit. Yep. No, I don't think it was an ankle.
No, he broke his ankle.
No, it was his knee.
His ankle was sideways.
Oh, his ankle too? Oh, my God.
Yo, Snoop just saved the segment.
Okay, yeah, it's bad because they keep showing the Miz.
His knee's bent.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right about Snoop Dogg. You're what the fuck?
Yo, props to Snoop Dogg for being have the wherewithal to jump in there and do that.
I agree. And another punch to the face.
Fucking Shane McMahon comes in and snaps his fucking ankle on WrestleMania.
What?
Snoop Dogg is in pure improv right now. He's in pure improv mode.
You know what? I love this. I love this actually.
Pure improv with Snoop Dogg.
That was a good elbow drop. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm rewinding it real quick.
Oh my god.
There you go, guys. 7 stars right there.
7 stars. Match of the weekend. That's it.
Probably the best rock bottom I've ever seen.
That was a nice elbow. I'm not gonna lie. I just need to get just a blip. I think we all do.
Let's get to some of the comments that have been.
Oh god. Snoop Dogg is a legend. I agree.
Actually, it might be his knee.
Props to the DO double G.
It might be his knee.
So he's torn his ACL. I'm calling it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I just watched it back. It might be his knee.
Oh. Listen, Snoop Dogg is the hero right now for this shit.
Yes.
I don't know what to. You notice how Cole and Corey Graves are not talking about Shane McMahon anymore.
You can't address that.
I know they're not. It's like it never happened.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's his ankle or his knee.
I think it's more of the knee because when he went down, he was holding on to it. But anyway, coming up next is the Hell in a Cell match. Edge versus the Demon, Finn Balor. I hope to God that this... right here. This promo is better than Shane's return. This opening promo right here is better than Shane's return.
That was the greatest return I've ever seen.
John, leave. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Bro, fuck, like... That is really impressive by Snoop Dogg. Like, straight
I
up
agree.
impressive.
It's the one and only double G Snoop Dogg.
Wow.
And that's why he's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Now here's my question to you, to not only you gentlemen, but also to the viewers out there.
Okay.
Do we see, since obviously we're seeing Demon Finn, do we see him, in the standard, red, white, and black colors? Or do we see him possibly in the Judgment Day purple colors?
Maybe purple. I'll be right back in. Keep your eye on the screen there, Johnny boy, when I start waving you in.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
But this has been... Holy crap, this has been a fun show tonight.
It has been. Would you say it was better than last night, John?
In some aspects, yes.
I'm talking about for us, man. I don't talk about WrestleMania. I'm talking about for us.
It was 2 nights. Ryan, you have to realize. Last night was our first night back in over 2 months.
True.
We had to get the cobwebs off of us.
Yeah.
So that's why I look at it. To me, it has nothing to do with last night. I think last night was we weren't fully there because, like I said, it was our first time back since, you know.
How much you want to bet LA Knight is in the locker room right now going, really? They wasted a spot for me for that?
And everybody who's been in the conversation tonight, I appreciate every one of you. Oh, did you not bring you back? I brought you back too much early? Okay.
Ah, I see why.
Sorry, I was in that hoodie. It was hot here. I was roasting.
Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Okay.
This match sponsored by the devil.
No. This match sponsored by Snickers.
This
You're not you when you're hungry.
Sponsored by the Catholic Church.
Of Latter-day Saints. Yes! Thank you, John. Oh no, it's worse. It's sponsored by the Pope's Exorcist, the movie coming out next week.
That's why I said it's sponsored by the Catholic Church.
Oh my God, starring Russell Crowe.
If this match possesses you,
then make sure to check out the Pope's Exorcist coming out in theaters on April 14th. Tickets on sale now. And speaking of the Pope's Exorcist, here comes down the Hell in a Cell.
bro, I can't believe we just watched Shane McMahon blow his knee out.
Oh,
in a WrestleMania segment.
They got Russell Crowe for this shit?
Did you notice the cage?
Yeah.
Not red.
Yeah, it's not sponsored by McDonald's anymore.
It'd be a long way to crawl down for Finn Balor. Brood Edge.
See, this is the only thing I don't like when they do the shows out west.
It's not dark enough.
Yeah, it's not dark enough. That's the problem.
Oh, they're coming up through the stage.
Interesting.
Metallica.
See, now that would have been cool if they fucking, whoa. Interesting.
I get Brood Edge and it gets people excited, but like that's like if Roman says I'm Shield Roman, but there's no Seth and no Mox. You know, if your whole stable's not there, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Like honestly, they're probably like Gangrel, like we're not going to use you. You're like, why? Because if we don't have Christian, it doesn't make any sense.
I know.
Oh, does he have them on the back of his jacket though? The back of his jacket has 3 people on it. I think he might have the Brood on the back of his jacket. Yep.
I don't know. I haven't seen the back of the jacket yet.
There's your Christian appearance. It's on a patch on the back of his jacket.
And this is a missed opportunity for Edge's entrance because you know what they should have done? WWE should have booked Metalingus to actually perform the song live. And yeah, now I see the back of the jacket. Yep, there's Christian's appearance.
I don't think the Judgment Day get involved.
Oh, and I know the referee for this match too, actually.
One of these referees retweeted me not too long ago. I did an episode with Ref Gina, and she said one of her favorite referees, the other female referee, and I tagged them. And
Jessica?
Yeah, and she retweeted it.
Yeah, because I know this is Bennett. I know him through he came out of NYWC years ago.
Oh, yeah? It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think you're going to get a purple demon.
Yeah, but again, it's the West Coast brightness that kind of kills it for me. Can you imagine if it was like pitch black outside?
No purple demon. Well, he has like purple in the hair a little bit.
I'm not up to that part yet. Yep. I would hate to sit up top and you see the sunset like gleaming through. Like, shit, really?
I love this song.
Oh,
the only part
dude.
of Judgment Day I don't like is they don't use this part. They don't use this song anymore for Finn Balor. So there is purple in the face paint. Yeah, my buddy just went to an Alter Bridge show because they played Edge's song.
Wow.
It's gonna take him a year and a half to get down to the ring like this. They're gonna have to change the song. I was gonna say, why'd they cut away so hard? Because they gave him smoke bombs. It's kind of whack. I'm not gonna lie.
You think so?
Yeah, the super slow mo looks terrible.
Mm.
It looks like your footage is lagging. I just don't think it's a good look.
Oh.
It's too bright out. The smoke doesn't look good because it's not in the indoor setting. The wind's blowing the smoke away from him before anyone sees it. They have to cut away hard to hand him the smoke bombs, and they have to cut away hard again for them to take the smoke bombs away. Oh, they handed him 2 new ones because the other ones weren't working. Now they took away the slow-mo because they realized it looked like shit.
Yeah. My God, just get to the fucking match already.
I don't know. That's probably my least favorite demon look that we've ever gotten.
I love how Edge is just sitting there going, okay, Finn, can we move along here?
Seriously.
Does the demon take the last time we seen demon, a godly entity snap the top rope on him? Does he get a win here tonight, or does he get screwed over again?
I don't know. He's gonna go through the top of the cell, I guess. I don't.
If I would have bet my life on the Dominic one last night, so
I will say this for Finn Balor, whenever he was Finn or the other guy Prince, I always loved his artwork when it comes to his demon character. I love it.
Yeah, well, usually they like when he wrestled in England, he had like a Jack the Ripper, and then he was in New York, he had an apple, and like I thought he had like a fallen angel or something because they're in LA, but I don't know.
Mhm.
Like I said, I think it's the weakest demon look that we've gotten so far. I don't think it looks that cool. I also don't get carried away when someone puts face paint or does a spooky gimmick, and all of a sudden it becomes the coolest thing in pro wrestling.
So John, when it comes to getting your gimmicks and shit like that, do not do any of that shit.
I'm not gonna get myself face painted.
Oh, yeah, face painted, yeah. Well, I would say don't get body painted.
Oh God, no.
Then again, I can see you in body paint.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it out there right now. If I were to become a wrestler, how would you guys present me as a wrestler? I'm curious to hear about this. And if you're watching me, you can chime in as well.
Are you talking to us or are you talking to the fans?
You guys and the fans.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
How would you guys? Hold on, I'm just gonna get through some of these comments here. I don't know why the weapons are color coded.
Because logic.
So they know which ones to use. Duh. No, I'm joking.
Again, logic.
No, but like I said earlier, I'm hoping within the next year or two to at least say I can finally take a bump in the ring. If I were to really, go.
What would your gimmick be?
Yeah, what would you guys have my gimmick be?
Did you watch GCW versus DDT?
Yes.
The pheromones. You go full man thong. Stuff the crap out of your thong. And call it a day.
No, Anthony. It's Big Dick Johnson.
There it is. And then you could run for office in a couple of years and say how you don't like drag shows.
Oh,
That's what he's doing. He's literally trying to ban drag shows. I'm like, weren't you the guy who was naked on TV in front of kids?
seriously?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Wow. I to be honest, I never put two and two together. I didn't realize it was the same guy and shit.
Yeah, he's a not to make your show political, but that's what he's doing now.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I'll believe it out there to people who are watching, who watch this later on. Leave in the comments below how you would present me.
Carefully.
I'd go full comedy. You can't book yourself as like Billy Badass. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna come out and be Lesnar of the company.
No, well, I mean, if we're gonna go that route, then I know what my entrance music has to be.
What?
The Benny Hill theme music.
No.
No.
It should be the Chris Farley Chippendale song.
Watching to see what you can do.
Instead of Party Boy, you'd be Party John, and you wear a little bow tie, and then you just take off your robe.
Yes! Everybody's looking for the weekend.
The gimmick is, here's your gimmick. You have to have plants in the crowd. You are the sexiest man alive, and you're irresistible to men and women. And when you hit the curtain, everyone's captivated. But other fans in the crowd who aren't in on the gimmick are completely confused by the whole thing. It'd be the greatest gimmick of all time.
So basically, John will be a Chippendales dancer.
Yeah, there it is. You're welcome.
God.
Booked here on ABJ by ABJ.
So, Billy Fensky, if you're watching this.
Well, you can tell him on Tuesday.
Oh, Lord, help me.
I hope you know how to dance.
Oh, I'll teach him.
Especially if some people might be in the audience for that one.
Maybe a couple of outcasts.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
No, stay down. Me and Jay.
Bro, I'm still blown away that fucking Shane McMahon comes out and everyone's like, "Ooh!" and then he snaps his leg and everyone's like,
Oh.
"Kinda yay."
And Anthony, like I said to John, I can imagine LA Knight in the background, in the locker room, going, "They gave up my spot for this shit."
Yeah. Bro, if Shane ever comes back, that like he gets ridiculed forever. Like he gets made fun of forever.
Oh, without a doubt. Oh my god, I still can't. That was freaking hilarious. Okay, now let me ask you this, Anthony and John.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Bailey just tweeted, and sometimes the most romantic love story comes to an end. Bye. What's her contract status?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Bro, what if 2 members of the 4 Horsewomen jump ship and leave WWE?
Oh, could we possibly have seen Bailey end in WWE?
Okay. You remember we were talking earlier about the sale of WWE to
Endeavor, I think the name of the company is. Yeah.
Raj Geary put out a little bit more information about it. If you guys would like to hear it, it's actually interesting stuff.
Sure.
Some key points to the WWE sale to Endeavor, which could possibly be announced as soon as Monday per CNBC. The deal would combine UFC and WWE into one publicly traded company. Endeavor would run 51%, while WWE shareholders would get 49%. Ari Emanuel, Anthony, who you were talking about before, would be the chief executive of both Endeavor and the new company. Vince McMahon would be an executive chairman, and Endeavor president Mark Shapiro will work in the same role at the new company. Dana White will stay the president of the UFC, and WWE CEO Nick Khan will serve as president of the wrestling side.
Mm-hmm. So essentially, what they did with Vince is not coming back to be part of creative. Vince is there to get his bag. Is essentially what's going to happen there. So when they reinstated Vince, and retrograded him back to when he was unregistered as the CEO of the company. And the reason they did that is because they just had a quarterly bonus come out, and Vince wasn't entitled to it because he wasn't a member for as long as he was to then get that bonus. So when they reinstated him back and retropit him back to the date he was no longer the company, he has a big bonus. And then they put in the contract that he's there for 2 years guaranteed, no matter what the sale goes in. And then every year after those 2 years, he can renegotiate if he wants to stay another year. So it's essentially puts the ball in Vince's court that he never has to leave. And Vince is just going to hang out and be a part of that company and just be there. Like Dana White isn't the booker anymore. He's not any of that. Like essentially Dana White's just the face of UFC, but he doesn't have anything to do with it anymore.
So basically in this case, Nick Khan would be the face of WWE on the wrestling side. Well,
he would be the president, but the face of your company would probably be Triple H.
Vince. Oh, that too, yeah.
Finn's cut open hard way, real bad.
After that ladder spot?
Yeah. Referee just pushed Edge away. Finn's bleeding real bad. Like the whole ring is covered in blood.
Well, yeah,
they're not showing it on camera. He's bleeding really bad.
Well, yeah, because I'm seeing the ladder spots and it's like that. Oh my, oh yeah, okay, yep. Well, there's $100,000 fine right there. Now, one thing that I heard about this potential sale if it's true or not. Supposedly they might, especially on WWE side, they might.
What a fucking crazy night, man! Shane blows his knee out, and Finn, they might have to.
Oh, that's what happened. No, because what happened was when Edge threw the ladder, Finn's head went into the actual middle beam.
Yeah, this isn't looking good.
No.
Honestly, I think, to be honest, the way it looked,
they're saying, Edge, whatever your spot is to end this, could take it home.
Oh God. Because if you look at the last spot again, they're showing it again. They're throwing it, and the middle, like I said, the middle step,
He's just going around causing problems so that it distracts the crowd and gives the cameraman something to look at because they are trying right now. They're probably filling his head up with Vaseline to slow the bleeding down.
Yeah, but still, that was a bad throw.
Yeah, but I think that was more of a freak accident than anything.
Yeah, there's a doctor ringside right now that's probably they're probably putting Vaseline in his cut to stop it from bleeding.
Yeah, but
Bennett just went over and said stall a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think this is more of.
Yeah, they're gonna take this home. They're not gonna.
Yep, they're telling them to stall a little bit more, or like you said, take it.
I'm ahead of you. They are going again.
Oh, they are going again. Okay.
Yeah, but you can tell they're doing it with a lot of.
Yep, I see the doctor. One. So getting back to the quick thing about the Sailor one now. From what I'm hearing, they From what I'm hearing, they might go with the option of bringing the WWE pay-per-view premium live events back to a not streaming like this, but probably like say like if you want to watch it, you got to pay $29.99 to watch it or something like that.
I can tell you now, people are gonna be pissed off by that.
Oh yeah, I think NBC is gonna be pissed about that too because they have a stream.
Well,
because they have a contract.
If the reason they're trying to get this done by Monday is because I think either sometime in the next couple days, all the contracts for media are coming up. So Fox, Peacock, like all that is up for new negotiations. So they want the new investors to be able to pick where I will tell you this right now. Peacock, if they put a bid in and didn't get it, they're going to be upset. And they pay a lot of money for Monday Night Raw, and they pay a lot of money for them to be on Peacock. So
actually,
if they put a bid in and didn't get it, they're going to be really upset. Comcast.
I read a quick interview from Nick Khan actually saying that actually their contracts are up next year actually, but now is usually the time when they negotiate.
Yes. Yeah. So
and it's convenient that this is in LA because that's where Fox, NBC, all of them, they're all out in LA. So so during this entire week they're doing negotiation meetings already with the executives in person instead of like over Zoom and shit like that.
Yeah, I will say this though, if they don't stay with Comcast and that whole brand, I think that's a really bad move for WWE. Look at AEW right now. AEW is on the TBS, TNT, essentially Turner networks, right? The old former Turner networks. If there's a baseball game or if there's something that they feel is more important than pro wrestling, their time slot gets moved. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Under Comcast, they don't. When's the last time Raw's ever been moved? SmackDown's ever been moved? I can't really say SmackDown, but Raw. If Raw's on. They have their Monday time slot. They don't fuck with that.
Well, there was one time they moved it to Sci-Fi because of the U.S. Open tennis.
Well, they moved this. They got off of USA Network for what, like a year, and then they were like, in a year's time, they were like, no, we have to go back. Like they there was like a point there where it wasn't on the USA Network for a little bit, but if they get away from, like, the biggest thing with Comcast is Comcast believes in pro wrestling, and a lot of TV networks, man, it may be cool for them for a year or two, and then they go, yeah, wrestling's not our business, and it can go away quick.
Well, especially on Fox, if they're raking in at least 2 million viewers a week.
Yeah.
That would be a huge blow for Fox.
Yeah. I would think there's a very high possibility that you're gonna see this investors move them to ESPN and Fox. I think there's a very, and then I can honestly see them doing a deal where it's a very high possibility, at least for me, that probably in a year or two, you can mark this down, people listening, that you're going to see the UFC app become the UFC WWE app, and they get off Peacock within a year or two. And then when part of your Disney Plus, your ESPN Plus will start having wrestling events on it, like UFC does.
Well, I have the Disney Plus. Also, they can get it on. They can do Hulu too.
Yep.
I give credit to Finn right now for continuing the match. John, what's your take about the whole?
Coup de grace always scares the fuck out of me for the exact same reason why Shane blew his knee out or broke his ankle. It just
what the hell? Oh, never mind. Ha! Especially from that high of a platform. But anyway, John, what's your intake about the whole thing with
the possible sale?
which by the way, I hear it's like 9.3 billion. I think it is.
Yeah. Here's my problem with it. I think it's great for WWE. I think you're gonna piss off your entire fan base for one reason, because I was reading Nick Khan made a mention, or it was talked about that with them possibly going this route. Right, what you were saying before about how UFC hasn't set up with ESPN Plus, where you pay the ESPN Plus monthly price, and then you pay a separate price for the pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see a lot of people who are going to be pissed off because how long was it with the network and then with Peacock where it was $10 a month and you got the pay-per-view added in?
Well, here's two things can either happen here. Either one,
Actually, with ESPN, I think ESPN's under Disney. I think that's the only. I think that's the thing. Unless ESPN is under Disney though, which I don't think is under Endeavor.
It's not, but they can sell the rights to go that route for the media rights. It doesn't have to be to be owned by them. But if the media rights for UFC are already there and they're making UFC and WWE one public company, your media rights may follow one or the other. They might all go Comcast. They all might go and do their own thing. But what I can see here is, and for you're a little ahead, but Concerto 1, 2, 3, Edge beats the Demon.
Yeah. I guess.
But but what I can see here is one or two things happen, and it might be good for UFC fans, and it might be bad for WWE fans. Does UFC look at the model and say WWE's doing pretty well when people pay a subscription and they get all their pay-per-views for free and it makes their fan base happy? Does UFC look at that route and do that? Or they say, no, we kind of like our buy rates. And then the WWE fans go, let's go back to our buy rates. Our competition in AEW is still doing buy rates, so they're killing it. So why don't we just go back to what AEW is doing? And you know what I mean? Like, it can go either way.
Yeah, but I look at it this way. You're going to piss off the consumer who sits there and who hasn't had to spend $30 on a pay-per-view or even $50, and you're going to tell them, by the way, everything else is because I also look at it this way. You have everything going up right now in this country.
Yep.
Eggs, gas, you name it. The fact that even though you have everything going up in price, you got Peacock turn around and you go, okay, $10 a month, but you get a WWE pay-per-view right onto it. And for years, pay-per-views were what, $60 a pop?
Yeah.
So what are you going to tell people? You're going to tell people right now when they're trying to figure out, okay, where can I go get eggs for cheap, or where can I go get gas when I'm not spending an arm and a leg?
What you're saying makes perfect sense, but you're also talking about wrestling fans who will buy a $400 title, but not go and buy new clothing. or go and not pay their bills this month and go to WrestleMania for $1,400 a ticket.
Exactly.
Those realistically, if they went back to buy rates, they're gonna make money, and because these fans will pay for it. It's gonna suck for us casual. Like, I mean, we're diehard. I mean, I would consider myself a diehard wrestling fan, but also like it's gonna be tough for me to try to shell out $60 a month for a pay-per-view, and I don't know if I would do it.
Honestly, for me, I think a lot of it would depend, and it's the same thing with me with AEW. If I'm going to shell out that amount of money, it has to be a pay-per-view that's worth it.
Yeah.
To me, if I'm getting one match on there that looks decent, am I seriously going to shell out $60 when I know damn well the next night on Raw, they'll re-air parts of the pay-per-view for nothing? Like, no, go ahead, Brian.
No, John, you're in the middle there. Go ahead.
I want to put a poll out and to ask wrestling fans this question. If WWE goes back to the buy rate thing again, how fast are people not going to be wrestling fans anymore? Because their mentality is going to be, why am I going to shell out $60 for a pay-per-view and it not possibly be good? At least with Peacock, you're only shelling out $10 a month, so if the pay-per-view sucks, okay, it doesn't feel like you took a major hit. But if you're telling somebody, you're telling, I'll put it this way, you're telling a couple who has 3 kids, and like I said before, you got gas going up, eggs are going up, everything else is going up. Well, you have the option of buying little Johnny new clothing or buying WWE Backlash. Which one do you think they're going to go with?
Here's where I'll say I will agree but disagree. Growing up for me, I couldn't get pay-per-views. I couldn't do it because my family couldn't pay for it. But on the same token is how many wrestling shows do we go to where they show up where people don't even have a car that they don't get to, and they only go to the local shows because they live close, and they walk in with 2 titles around their shoulders that are $400 piece titles, and they walk in and they buy $600 in merch on an indie show. I think diehard wrestling fans will still pay for it, and I think I think they know that, and I think they'll make their money.
Well, that's the same thing if you look at sports. Certain sports owners aren't going to give up their teams because they know they're still going to bring in a boatload of money. Perfect example. Mm-hmm. Look at James Dolan with the Knicks. The Knicks have been irrelevant for the last 25 years, 30 years, if not more. But you know damn well Dolan ain't selling that team because he knows every year that Dolan will be making money because people are going to sell out that garden. It's the old saying of you have to hit him where it hurts. And what's the best way to hit somebody who's a billionaire where it hurts? In the pocket.
I mean, look at it. Let's break it down to video games right now. You have it all comes down to how the media controls it and how the media spins it. If the media says that this pay-per-view is going to be amazing, they buy it. People right now look at PlayStation and Xbox. PlayStation, the media right now is all over PlayStation. The PlayStation's good, Xbox is bad. Yeah. Xbox for the consumer is a better system to own with Game Pass because you get all their day one exclusives for free, and PlayStation charges you $70 for every game that comes out. Yeah. And it's just, you know what I mean? And it's just like Xbox is trying to buy more studios to get more games, and they're being told that they're now a monopoly and they're not allowed because Sony doesn't want to lose their power or their foothold in the business.
Okay, but I'll put it this way: you look at, but then it's also the same people who will sit there and spend $400 on a title belt, but then won't put on deodorant.
Yeah,
it's the old saying of Anthony. Some people have to get their priorities in order, and for some people, it becomes not a want, not a need, but a want.
Yeah.
For example. And you're going to sit there and I've seen this happen with wrestling fans plenty of times. Nobody needs a $400 belt.
Yep.
People do need deodorant because I'm sorry, folks, you stink.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think the initial backlash will be we don't like this, we don't like this, we don't like this, and then the first pay-per-view is going to happen and everyone's going to buy it and they're just going to stick with it.
Yeah. Ryan, what about you? What are your thoughts on all this?
I was tuning in and out because I was watching a quick promo for them. But what are you talking about? The whole thing with them going to premium live, paying for premium live events, shit like that.
Yeah.
Basically like the same thing like UFC does, where you pay a certain amount for the app, but then you have to pay $60 for a pay-per-view.
So I think, in my opinion, it like Anthony, it's two different scenarios. Like for the diehards, there, like Anthony said, there will be people that will be consistently buying it, and whatnot. But also at the same time, for more casual-esque fans per se that aren't like hardcore diehards, they would probably pay if the card is good, if the card is decent and watchable, and also the fact that like Anthony said, if they're comparing, let's say like WWE to AEW, with AEW, like, oh, see their buy rates and whatnot, but AEW only does like 4, maybe 5 pay-per-views a year. They do one every freaking month.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
So what if they go the route of, if you subscribe to the new network, or if the WWE network comes back and they do their own network like the UFC network, or they combine the UFC and WWE network together, and they say, okay, all the old WWE content that we had is now going to be there because Peacock is still waiting for stuff to come that wasn't on the network that's now on Peacock, and they put UFC and WWE together. But if you pay for the network together, we'll also include the 4 major pay-per-views, but the other ones will be exclusive to ESPN Plus.
That would probably make more sense, because obviously everyone, whenever people think WWE, they think of the 4 major pay-per-views, which is Royal Rumble, Survivor Series, SummerSlam, and WrestleMania. So that would make more sense. I can see them paying I can see them people paying separately, like if they want to do if they want to watch Backlash or Elimination Chamber or something like that. That kind of makes more sense.
I gotta be honest, after being a Peacock subscriber, it's for me to say, hey, I'm gonna pay $10 a month and only just have wrestling content for that $10, and it's only one company's content. To me, that's a tough sell. Peacock is dope for the simple fact is like, oh, I still pay $10, but I get all of their television programs. So I can go back and watch all that cool stuff in The Office and Parks and Rec and all that other stuff. That's appealing. But if you also say now, like, hey, you're going to lose the opportunity to watch all this good television and exclusive television program, but also we're going to throw in the UFC library with it, that's tempting. And if UFC and WWE are owned together now, you're probably going to get a lot more crossover stuff.
On a side note, we found the filler between the main event and between the Hell in a Cell and the main event. The Hall of Fame stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll have the Hall of Famers come out and wave to the crowd, and then they'll cut to the main event.
By the way, Anthony, did you hear Conan's speech?
I didn't watch any of that stuff yet. I'm still trying to get caught up and everything.
Oh, dude, Conan's speech will make you like a lot of people are praising him.
I've seen the one thing he said where it's like wrestling is for everybody or something like that. But I was like, well, are you the same guy who tweeted that only Spanish people should do the Eddie taunt? He was mad because like a white dude did the Eddie taunt. He's like, that's not for you. That's for our people. I was like, and now he's saying wrestling's not a gatekeeping thing. It's like, stay consistent, Conan. But Conan's always been amazing on the mic.
Oh, absolutely. I've always been a fan of Conan. And you got to work with him a few times too, and that was great.
Yeah?
Yeah, when I worked Impact for a year.
Oh. That's right. I forgot he did an Impact run.
Yeah, he had that stint with LAX.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you guys think about the Hall of Fame class this year?
I like it.
I don't put a lot of stock into the Hall of Fame only because no, it's nothing personal against the guy, but it's just like you look at the list of people who are not in the Hall of Fame or people who were in the wing but not in the Hall of Fame. And then you have like Luna's not in the she's not in the main Hall of Fame. She's in the secondary wing, but like Hillbilly Jim's in the Hall of Fame. It's like, what the hell are we doing?
I don't know, but Stacy Keibler, hi.
Keebler, I guess, cool. Yeah, she could be in the Hall of Fame. That's dope. Muda is a guy who never actually wrestled for WWE. He's a WCW guy, but they're all under one. I'm cool with Muda. I'm cool with Andy Kaufman. I'm cool with the referee, Tim White. I'm cool with the Steiners, even though that now they're transphobe pieces of garbage. And I'm cool with Rey Mysterio. I don't think it's a bad class this year.
No, it's not. And of course, Muda did the mist. And
Actually, if you notice, weren't the Steiners in the Hall of Fame this year?
last year.
Oh, it was last year?
Yeah, it was last year.
I get them all mixed up. I thought it was this year. Oh, that's right.
No,
Their
'cause
DLC, their DLC for the video game this year. That's what it is.
Yep. Well, I mean, who knows? Who knows if that will get
I think
pulled?
it I think it dropped today or yesterday. The DLC.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they changed it after what transpired yesterday.
I think they rushed the DLC out to be like, quick, get it in the game. We already did all the work on it.
True.
Who do you think will be the next active roster member to be in the Hall of Fame?
Cool.
I know my answer.
I don't know.
Oh, sure. Now they have the pyro for Ray's entrance tonight.
I think your next active member will be Randy Orton. He'll be active on the roster and be put in the Hall of Fame.
I can see that.
Maybe not solo, but I can see him getting put in like Evolution or something.
Well, I mean, if it's Evolution, then that means that Ric Flair will be a 3-time Hall of Fame inductee.
Yep. Triple H will be at one point in time. He'll be a 3-timer.
Stacey Keebler still looks great after all these years.
That puffy mask, Ray mask, looks weird on me. To me, I don't know. It looks
I
like
think
it looks like made out of a fucking 3D printer.
I think that's supposed to be like his tribute to Muda. I think.
Yeah, but it just looks strange.
Yeah, no, it does. But no, I agree. I think this Hall of Fame class is pretty good.
Okay, let me ask you guys this now. Next year you're in Philly. Who do you put in as your Hall of Fame?
Boys to Men.
That should be the theme song, Motown Philly.
It should be. Listen,
The fact that they've had the weekend for the last 3-4 WrestleManias.
No.
Can we get that petition going? Motown Philly for WrestleMania music.
No,
please,
I got a better one.
There is no better one. There is no better one.
Philadelphia Freedom by Elton John.
No,
too slow.
we need a song for Philly by Philly, and that's Boys to Men.
Motown.
The only other acceptable answer is something by Will Smith.
Oh,
If Getting Jiggy With It is there, I won't care.
But who would you guys put in for the Hall of Fame?
I would do Batista.
Yeah.
I would do Triple H. I would do
Paul Heyman.
Honestly, that's not a bad move. I don't hate Paul Heyman at all. The problem is I don't know who's all not in it anymore, so it'd be tough to say that. But Batista and Triple H would probably be my two names I would put out there.
Maybe Tommy Dreamer.
Maybe.
Possibly.
I got one, and this would be an entire brand.
What?
How about
ECW?
As a brand in the Hall of Fame?
Mm.
If WCW's not in there as a brand, ECW's not going in before them.
I don't know. It's gonna. I think you're definitely gonna have to get some sort of Philly. You're gonna have to get some sort of ECW theme going for next year's Mania.
Well, that's why I suggested Paul Heyman.
Yeah, that's why I would say Paul. Paul would go in. That's why I agree with that. Paul. Tommy Dreamer's already in, right?
No, he's not.
No, he's RVD's in. That's right. RVD's
RVD
in. The
is
Dudley RVD's in. The Dudley Boys are in. They're not putting Sabu in.
Hell no.
Oh,
we'll put a New Jack.
Yeah. The only other East they're not going to put in Sandman. Even though I think if you know what I mean, like I think they deserve it.
I got a female that they can put in, and I want this to finally fucking happen.
Mix in, right?
Mick Foley?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a female.
Francine.
Victoria.
No.
Victoria. Let her finally get her due diligence finally.
Kimono Wanalea. She should go in.
Yeah.
Dude, Francine should go in just for the verbal assault that poor woman got in her entire career.
Oh my god. Yes.
You know who I'd put in next year? He's not because he won't be under contract to the rival.
Oh.
Put Dustin in.
Yeah.
Because he said this after his contract's done, he's going to be done. I think Cena's too soon, but I definitely think that's definitely 100% happening. But I would say Dustin. I'd put Dustin in.
What about The Rock?
That should be coming soon, yeah. What if The Rock is in the Hall of Fame and that's how he makes his match versus Cena, or his match versus Roman? Roman versus Rock at in Philly.
Cousin versus cousin.
What better place to get the Samoans all in one place is Pennsylvania. They were based out of Pennsylvania for the longest time.
That is true.
Rock may claim Florida as his home, Miami, but he was more of a Bethlehem, Allentown kid than he was anywhere else most of his life.
Put in the Invisible Man. No, Chris. That'll be in the Independent Wrestling Hall of Fame. All right, now we're finally on to the main event. A match a year in the making.
Yeah, but you realize we have to have the 20-minute video package.
And then two celebrities are going to play music on their way out.
True.
Well, I already know who's playing the intro for Cody, and it makes perfect sense.
Oh.
It's not going to be the actual music. It's going to be someone that's going to play something completely different for 13 seconds and then cut and then play the actual song.
Oh, yeah. But it's going to be downstate.
Yeah, that way we all can sing in the beginning. Adrenaline in my soul. Something, Cody Rhodes. You know what's funny? I know basically like all the words of the song except for that like second verse.
So it's definitely Shane's knee.
I'm
watching the video of him walking backstage, and he walked out under his own power, but he's putting weight on his ankle and not his knee.
Oh, welcome back, Shane. Welcome back.
Fucking should have kept your ass in the back.
I blame John.
What did I do?
I don't know.
I blame Canada.
Dude, Snoop Dogg should go in the Hall of Fame again after what he had to just pull off.
No,
this dude went out and did the people's elbow just because he couldn't think of anything else to fucking do in that moment.
Oh no! I got even better. He should win a Slammy Award for best save in a match.
Snoop Dogg called a match. He called the spots against the Miz in a WrestleMania moment. That'll never change.
On the fly.
On the fly. Snoop did it on the fly. Snoop called a match. Snoop rolled in and punched Miz and just was, we're doing this. Snoop's a goddamn wrestling gangster.
That's why he should win a Slammy Award for best save of the year.
Bro, that's a huge dude. This is the grandest stage of them all, WrestleMania. And Snoop went out and just said, bro just broke his foot. Or dude just blew his knee out. Someone has to do something. And Snoop's just like, I got this. And just rolled in. He rolled in and he beat the shit out of the Miz. And the Miz is like, I'm getting beat up by fucking Snoop Dogg right now.
We got another comment coming in, Anthony.
Steven Chambers, that's my guy right there. Another member of the BJs. I don't have a name for my crew, but I don't know. We'll figure it out.
This
By the way, in some indie news, in case anybody was wondering, Titan Championship Wrestling is holding their next event April 29th called Next Level. We'll get more into it on our show on Tuesday with Billy Betsky, but they just announced the tag team title match for that night. And I'll wait till after the intros.
Yep. Oh, now it's dark.
What's the pyro budget on Cody Rhodes tonight?
Yes.
Bet you it's fucking huge.
Yes.
Pyro.
In my soul, something, Cody Rhodes.
More pyro. I think he gets 5 pieces of pyro before his entrance is over. He's up to 2.
Now, Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Cody do a stint with PPW with you guys?
I wasn't there if Cody ever was there.
Okay. No, because on his belt he has like all the names of the indie promotions that he worked with.
If he was at PPW, I wasn't there.
Okay.
I missed AJ was in PPW one time. I wasn't there for that.
Okay.
I was there for Cross right before he got signed again. I was there for Lance Arch. I mean, I would be here all night if I said everybody, but never Cody.
This roof off all the ground.
We're about to see a Rhodes finally hold the WWE or a WWE Heavyweight Championship.
And of course, he turns around and he sees a sign that says "overrated."
That fan's an idiot.
Clearly, that's probably the same. That's why.
Don't get me wrong. I think I don't like golden face baby faces, and Cody Rhodes as a champion is going to be fucking insufferable. And if you look at that baby looks like Dusty Rhodes. His daughter looks like his dad. Look at that baby. What's up, Daddy? Daddy, you gonna win the world title tonight, baby.
Oh shit!
Give me back to my mama now. Go win the title from Roman Reigns, Daddy. Oh shit! I was just saying that kid looks familiar.
Which one?
Oh my god! Guess who Cody gave his belt to? Brody Lee's kid.
Is that -1?
It's -1. Dude, the day his dad died,
wow!
Cody dropped all his shit, and him and Brandy flew to their house, and he hung out with him for the day.
I did hear about. Wow!
This is on my shelf right here. Look at it.
I just got chills right now.
I own one Chase figure.
Oh, that's freaking wow. Wow.
-1, the first AEW contracted person to be on WWE television.
Yep. And there's the pyro again. I met Cody once. It was after a Russell Pro show, and he
As a
was.
human being, Cody's amazing.
Oh my god!
But as a
Absolutely
babyface,
incredible.
He drives me fucking nuts.
Well, I know because you're more of a heel in real life, right?
I wouldn't say I'm a heel in real life. I just don't like that. I never was a Hogan guy. Like, if I was probably a fan during the Cena era, which I didn't really watch wrestling at that point in time, I probably would have hated that too. I didn't like the Roman babyface.
Fair enough. I didn't like the Roman babyface either because I felt like he was getting shoved down our throats too much.
Yeah, usually that's what most baby faces happen when they're the biggest people in the company at that point in time. And that's going to be Cody. Cody's going to be shoved down your neck hard. He's going to be champion like 4 or 5 times within 2 years.
Yeah, but when you mentioned, Hogan and Cena and Roman, you know what all three of them had in common? They sold tickets.
Yeah, and Cody will too.
What the hell is this, dueling pianos?
Yeah, because when I think Bloodline, I think pianos.
That's pretty sick, actually. Then you see the Usos come in and just super kick all 6 pianists. No. Oh, he gives 5 of that. 5. No, 5. No, sorry. The 3 females will leave. 2 of them will get super kicks, and 1 of them will get the Samoan spike. That's how you do it. Impressive. Oh my god.
No Usos.
They're probably still recovering from last night. But also, Anthony, you can attest to this also, because obviously you worked with them as well. The Anoa'i family, the Anoa'i Samoan family, they are the nicest people you've ever meet.
Yeah. Offa's daughter is one of the funniest kids in wrestling I think I've ever met. Dude, every time someone gets busted open hard way or has to get stitched up, she's the first one there watching. She loves it.
John, what did that comment say?
Yeah, you're right. There is piano in it.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the entrance is a little much.
I liked it though.
I could care less.
Finish the story.
Cody already has. I'm gonna win. I'm winning. Cry face.
Just wait until Cody wins the title. Twice the pyro.
Dude, we're gonna get pyro in stadium, and we're getting pyro outside the stadium.
Yes. And not the CGI shit that we saw in San Antonio.
I said it
Not
on
the
I said in our group chat. I said, "Yo, we live in a time where Snoop Dogg called a match on the fly at WrestleMania," and Brian said he got a cheap win. He went into business for himself. Snoop Dogg has a win over the only two-time Grand Slam champion in WWE history.
and it's on public record. And it's on public record.
Yeah.
So John, if you try pulling that shit on me, I will end you.
No, we all know how I'm gonna win.
Because everyone's gonna be working for the weekend.
It's all right. Get your bow ties ready. You're going nuts.
You know what? I'm doing it. Screw it.
I'm telling you.
Oh God!
You need a pair of booty shorts if you don't want to wear a thong, and then just get those rip-offs track pants, and then just rip off your track pants.
Oh my God!
I can't wait to see everyone's mean Facebook posts when they come to Philly, and everyone says, "Well, I don't like fireworks. It makes my dog go crazy."
And don't get a dog. Then don't get a dog.
Every 4th of July, fireworks scare my dogs. I hate when they do fireworks. Like it's one week in a month, a year, or 1 month a year where everyone goes a little hard in the paint. Relax. Your dog will Your dog will be fine.
Exactly.
Well, just to make what I was saying before, because we also do talk indie wrestling on here.
We do?
Yes. 2 matches were just announced for Next Level that actually look pretty damn good on paper. Ryan, you know both of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Vinny Pacifico will be taking on Chris Cage.
Okay.
Okay.
Chris Cage, I told him backstage, I said, "Bro, you are the Spanish Kevin Owens," and he said, "That's my favorite thing I've ever heard."
And the tag title match, Brian, again, these are 4 guys who you know quite well. The Demon Saints defend the Titan Tag Team Championships against First Class.
Interesting.
So
I have a feeling I know where you're going to be on the 29th, John.
Well, hold on. There's other matches that I'll go through quickly, since I'm just bringing this up while we wait for the London show. Anthony.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why I'm saying that because I remember a while ago you said you were going to come to another event, but then now you're pulling out.
Can I get to the rest of the card?
Sure.
Anthony Gangone takes on Rick Recon in a steel cage match. Ken Powers tries to dethrone the MoFi Arabian Peninsula champion Blaze Haram. PC lightweight champion Rocket will be in action.
Rocket's so good.
Match
When Little Uzi came out, I thought Rocket was coming out at Mania.
between the Throne and Daniel Alexander.
Okay.
Stan Styles takes on the Titan Killer.
That's going to be a cream fest.
Megan Bain takes on Nikki Duke.
Oh, God. Oh, Megan Bain's back?
Yep. And folks,
John, hold that thought. Hold that thought for 1 second, please, because I want to hear Miss Samantha Irvine kill it in the intros.
Yeah, I was just literally about to say that. She is unbelievable. She's so good. Glad she got the main event. She's really, really talented.
I will say, she's improved a lot.
She's so good.
I agree.
She's a beast. She's a beast. I love how Paul let her finish too.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at that too.
Okay, I just got to say this.
Sure.
Amanda Huber put out a tweet earlier today. Obviously, we know because -1, and they're at WrestleMania. Some guy on Twitter, and I'm actually going to say his name because I think he's an idiot. His Twitter handle is "Oh God AEW." Turned around and said, "I can't believe you turned your back on AEW like this."
Dude, wrestling fans are not always the smartest people.
Nope.
LA, acknowledge me.
I think this is the first time I hear a lot of boos for Roman, actually.
Thanks, Sami Zayn.
Pretty much.
You know who -1's two favorite wrestlers are?
Cody Rhodes.
3. Yeah.
Preston Vance.
Yep. The other one's under WB contract.
Tell me it's Roman Reigns.
Nope.
Wow. Solo Sikoa?
Nope.
Okay. Oh.
Big E.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Wake up, John. It's main event time.
John, well, he had a group chat, and it was him, it was Big E, it was Emilio, and I believe one other person, and they had like a little group chat they always talk to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ugh. So, John, any other matches from Titan?
No, that was it.
That's it?
That's it.
I thought there'd be more.
Yeah, but Ryan, you're also forgetting. Who knows what Billy and company have in store for announcements this week?
True. Well, unfortunately, I won't be there because I will be at another event in Rahway, New Jersey with WrestlePro.
And
How are those shows? WrestlePro shows.
Incredible.
Yeah, I always wanted to go to one of the New York shows or one of the Jersey shows. I heard they're really fun.
They are a lot.
I heard the tickets for the next New York show are like expensive.
We just sold out today.
For the New York show?
For May 13th. We just sold our last ticket today.
That was for the MJF show, right?
Yeah.
I interviewed a lot of people, and then halfway through the interview, because it sounds shitty as a host to say this publicly, but I don't care. I don't research people before I interview them, only because it's part of my style. I like to simulate that, have a conversation in a bar type deal. I
remember you telling me about this last night.
Yeah, and a lot of people I interviewed are from the New York and the New Jersey branches of that school, and it makes a lot of sense, man. They pump out really good people. Like, they don't make good wrestlers, they make good people too.
No, I agree on that. And the next WrestlePro show, they have Dasha Gonzalez making her actual pro wrestling debut against Lady Frost.
Lady Frost is insanely talented.
For her WrestlePro Women's title. We have a casket match featuring Dark STG and Falaba. We have a few more.
Dark STG was a logo at one point in time for Tornado Tag Podcast.
Yep. And also in the main event, it's a triple threat TLC match for the WrestlePro Gold interim WrestlePro Gold unification title match between LSG, Dion Rusman, and some Bayonne badass named Danny Moff.
Danny Moss, a good human.
Yes, Danny Moff is.
Well, I never said anything bad about him.
No, I'm saying he is.
Oh, yeah.
You know that, John.
Oh, I met him. He was a little cold when I met him.
Yeah. But yeah, no, May 13th for Creator Pro, we officially sold out. We sold out the show in less than a week.
Yeah, it's a show I want to travel to go see. I actually, I don't have. I'm taking less bookings now, so I can go and I can actually go to shows and be a content creator, which is, imagine that. 'Cause I go to a lot of these shows and I don't put myself over as a content creator and I don't make it about myself. I go to work. So I want to start going to more shows and being a fan and experience independent wrestling again. They're on my list. So is Battle Pro out of New York. That's like the school that Mosh is training at.
Oh, I think Battle Club. Yeah, I know about
Club,
the Fallout Shelter. Yeah, I know about those guys and gals.
Really good stuff happening there. Former logo of mine, Cosmic and Rembrandt, are in there. The main event, I've been main event supporters way before they won those ROH House of Glory tag team titles.
Oh, I love the main event. They're awesome dudes.
House of Glory is another promotion I want to go see live. I love their roster. There's so many people on that roster.
Yeah, I know.
I met personally, and they became really good friends in this business of mine. When I go to promotions, it's nothing disrespectful when I say this to the promoter itself, but you're not selling me on you as the promoter. You're selling me on your talent. And I think a lot of promoters get egos like, well, this is all because of me that this is going. Like, sure, money-wise it is, but you're also people are coming because of the roster you're putting out there too. That's why Win was very impressive to me, because the first thing they said during the locker room speech was like, they're here for you. That's exactly what they said. They're here for you. And we're aware of that. And let's give them some good stories. Let's give them some good action, and let's have some fun out there. That locker room was a fun locker room.
By the way, did you see those belts?
I may have made a really cool video that may be popping up on social media soon.
Ooh.
You're in the video.
Well, I hope so, because hello, I announced the fucking show.
No, this was a backstage when they were taking him out of the box video.
Oh, that's right. I did see you filming.
Yep. I may have.
John looks so confused right now.
I may have also filmed a masked wrestler unmasked and didn't realize it until editing process. And there's nothing I could have done to edit him out, and I feel bad about it. But I was also told by the promoter to videotape down there.
That's true. John's confused as to, huh?
No, I
well, they announced the belts on the internet. They put them out there already.
You okay, John?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just trying to.
He's looking up. He's buying his ring gear.
Okay. Okay, there you go.
Yes, I'm buying my ring gear for my in-ring debut,
which will be taking place in November at the 200-man Rumble with Titan Championship Wrestling.
No, I'm going to be the 201st guy.
No, you're part of the 200. you are number 200.
And I'm going to win it.
No, you're gonna be the final. You're gonna be part of the final two. It'll be the Santino Marella style finish from 2011.
Oh, jeez.
You're gonna stand up, start crying. You're gonna go out and do the Cobra, and then you're gonna celebrate, and then you're gonna pull a little bit of the Hamlet, dance in, and everybody's looking for the weekend. Oh, I gotta throw him out, and then you get thrown out and you lose.
There you go. Amanda Hubert tweeted, I am legitimately crying. The way he looks at him, the way they look at each other. Words can express how special Cody Rhodes is to us. He made Brody safe on the worst day of his life. I can never repay his love or his friendship. I love that family.
Yeah, that's one person. That's one person I wish I would have ever had the chance to meet, which was Brody Lee.
And I'm not trying to be like, oh, I was a Brody Lee fan because after all the negative stuff after he passed away, like I was a fucking Harper fan. Like I remember watching him defend his Intercontinental Champion on a dark match in Hershey, Pennsylvania, and I was losing my fucking mind because I got to wrestle. I got to watch him wrestle live. Like I don't know, I was always a fan of him. And then then I found out after he died, he's a Washington Commanders fan. He was a Notre Dame fan. Like,
and you're like, shit.
I know, he's like my human. I think there was only his baseball team was different. He wasn't a Washington baseball team fan. I forget who he liked there.
I know hockey. He liked the Maple Leafs.
Was it the Maple Leafs?
Hockey.
I think so.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I thought he'd be going for the Sabres.
Or the Capitals.
By the way, Ryan, also want to mention, we mentioned Toronto Maple Leafs. He will be back with us on Tuesday.
Oh, goody. I mean, yay!
you ever watch old Brody matches at Chikara?
Yes. Oh. Or just old school Chikara in general with him, Claudio, Kingston.
Deshaun Pratt.
Well, not Deshaun Pratt. Not Deshaun Pratt. No. Some guy named Amasis.
Lindsay Dorado.
Yes, Lindsay Dorado.
Ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
You want to sound cool?
And also some guy named El Generico. Yeah, no one did right about CRT. I just heard the book sing a hymn just now.
This is all of my either pro wrestling crate or payments for working a meet and greet over the years. I usually sit with them for an hour. I'm like, can I take one of these? And they're like, yeah, we'll sign it for you. But I was at a con in Hamburg, and Gary was there from Smart Mark, and he had 8x10s for sale. And I looked at him, I go, I'm buying some of these. He goes, okay. So I bought this one. Could you make me full screen? Or bigger screen?
Oh, I gotta see this.
Absolutely.
There we go. Oh, that's sick.
Drew Gulak, Hot Sauce Tracy Williams, and Orange Cassidy.
Wait, Hot Sauce? Wait, which one was Hot Sauce? Yeah, because I know Cassidy was Fire Ant, and I know Gulak was Soldier Ant. But I never knew who Green Ant was. Oh, dude. That's a throwback right there.
If you know, you know.
Oh, John, do you know who that was?
No.
That's player Uno and player Dos.
Oh, Evil Uno and
Stu Grayson. Yep.
Now this one TV people won't know, but indie people will.
Oh, yes.
I love Avery. Avery good, and that. So he was actually. That
was Dasher?
Yeah, that's Dasher, and the other one Sugar Dunkerton. But Sugar was Pineapple Pete. He had a rivalry with Jericho in the early days of AEW.
Yes.
Yeah, and then Dasher Hatfield was then Avery Good, or a very good professional wrestler. And then this is a good one.
Yeah. Okay, who is the one is on the I know that was Deshaun Pratt, but who was the other guy?
Ophidian.
No shit. I mean, I know it was Ophidian, but like who? What did he transform into? Okay. Okay, never mind.
I think he was.
Never
I could
mind.
be wrong. I think he was canceled. Yeah.
Never mind.
I bought it because of Deshaun. But if you look up the most illegal move in professional wrestling history, which is one of the first independent wrestling clips that went viral, that's those two guys.
Oh my god! And then all of a sudden you see a certain announcer that John may actually know also. Someone
but Thierry still wrestles to this day. I see them all the time.
Yeah.
I went to Avery Goods' last match where he retired, and they were there and they wrestled. And the Batiri's actually going to be at PPW next show.
Yeah, they're still going at it.
Wait, Ryan, what ring announcer?
Someone with legendary status.
Oh yeah.
Where literally it's him, the Obsidian Portal, and I forgot who else too, doing Michael Jackson's "Beat It" in the middle of the ring at CZW.
It wasn't a lot. It was just 3, I think.
But that was the one I remember the most. I saw Larry Legend like actually going into the "Beat It," like doing the whole dance in the middle.
You know who I work with a lot? Carolina Jim.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, he was the ring announcer.
Oh shit! Okay. On a side note, this match has been pretty decent.
This is pretty much what I expected it to be, honestly.
Of course.
Yeah. They're both going to do their greatest hits. They're both going to do their spots. Cody's eventually going to eat a spear and a Superman punch and kick out of it.
And again, shocking factor that the Spanish announce table did not get put through this time.
Well, when I was setting up for commentary at the show, they're like, "Oh, we want to put commentary near the thing," and I said, "Well." If you want your production to be a little smoother, I said, I can put a hard cam up on the stage, put commentary on the stage, and then I can put commentary right to the hard cam so you don't have to worry about adding it in later in post. And he's like, okay. And I said, he goes, oh, but we like the look of it being near the stage. I said, well, listen, I already know how you guys get down for commentary near, you know what I mean? You're not breaking a table or with all my shit on it.
Oh, please. Also, I never seen like one wrestler get so pissed over a table spot.
Who's that?
Bruno.
No.
After that spiel.
At that show?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
During the triple threat tag match, they weren't supposed to go through the table.
What do you mean they weren't supposed to go through a table?
The table was owned by the venue. They're not allowed to go through the venue's tables.
I remember watching them set the spot up, but I think it was just supposed to be somebody was supposed to take. So the person who took the power bomb was the person who was on the table, and the person who was that was being held wasn't supposed to be in the spot.
Well, apparently, when I got in the ring, and now I'm pulling back the curtain a little bit. Ozzy, the referee, flat out said, "Oh yeah, by the way, this got changed to a no DQ match." I'm like, "Because it's a table spot." I'm like, "What?"
I think Solo Sikoa took the belt off of -1 and hit him with it.
I think so.
Yeah, he did. He hit the shit out of him. You know what's funny? Even his own family said they're like, "Yo, Solo in real life is a fucking asshole."
Really?
Yeah. But like not like a dick, but he definitely had like his personality is not too far off from his character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like he's kind of a tough dude. I watched him make a run in at one of Lance's dad's promotions right before he got signed. Before he cut his hair into a mohawk and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Nice crossroads, by the way. But he's going to kick out.
Yeah, because he didn't do 4 in a row.
Of course not.
It's the only thing I don't like about the crossroads. He never wins with just 1 on a big match. He has to do like 3 in a row. It just takes away from your finishing move, in my opinion.
John, do you have anything to chime in on?
I'm enjoying the match.
Okay.
He's looking up that ring gear.
Yeah. And I would make sure certain people in that crowd that they have a phone ready to go.
I know there'll be photos.
Oh, I know.
Send another photographer.
Yeah, but if that photographer sees me, that photographer.
Oh man, Kerry Silken just shared a really cool photo on his Instagram of him handing Cody the ROH World Title. I love.
Oh wow,
Kerry. He's such a fucking nice dude.
I never got to meet him.
Oh, dude, I personally text him all the time. He's such a nice guy. I interviewed him on the podcast, and he was like, "What are you doing this weekend?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to a show in Pennsylvania." He goes, "Where in Pennsylvania?" I was like, "Hamburg." He goes, "What time's the show start?" And I told him this time. He's like, "Let me get your number, and I'll call you if I get lost." And he called me. He goes, "I can't find the venue," and he showed up. He just showed up to hang. Like everyone was like, "Why is Kerry Silken here?" I'm like, "Because of me." I met him at PPW, and we just started talking, and we hit it off. And it was just me, him, and Jay Lethal talking, and it was the coolest moment of my life. And then he just kept coming back to PPW shows, and every time he would just like pull me aside and have a conversation with me. And he's a really, really nice guy.
Was this
Kerry Silken?
Oh yeah.
And then he's like, Kerry's like, "Come here," and he pulled me backstage. And he's like, "I want you to meet a friend of mine." And I went back. It was Brian Kendrick, and me and him and Brian Kendrick talked for like an hour and a half. And I was like, "Is this my life right now?"
Yep. You know who was.
I wish I had the balls to ask some of these people I make connections with if they would be on my podcast, but I just I don't want to bother people.
You know who's really who was really cool to talk to, and I was kind of like nervous of meeting them at first. Satnam Singh.
Yeah.
Very like chill, down to earth guy, hilarious. I got to announce his first ever pro wrestling match.
That's sick. Yeah, I met some people that I'll meet them and I'll hang out with them, and then I'll see them again later, and I'll be like, "There's no way they remember me." And I'm like, "Hey man, I don't know if you remember." Like, "Yeah, Anthony," and I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, we remember." I'm like, I said, "Dude, you just made my day." Like that happened to me at Icons. I walked up to Lance Archer and I was like, "Hey man, I don't know if he was Anthony. I remember who you like." That happened with Killer Cross, Lance Archer. Who else did that happen to? The second time I met Willow, I was like, I didn't know if she would remember who I was, and she remembered. Heath Slater remembered me. He was super dope.
Oh, Heath was awesome.
So cool. Jimmy Hart remembered me, which was crazy. It's like, cause these people meet 100 people every like hundreds of people every weekend. Oh, yo, Roman literally punched him in the mouth just now.
That's like me when the fact that Glacier actually remembers who I am.
Tessa Blanchard was another one that remembered who I was.
Oh God. Yeah, now I see the punch.
Bobby Fish remembered who I was. He was really cool too.
We had him on our show, Anthony.
Really? Nice.
It was right around the time after Baltimore.
When he snapped out and threw the pizza all over the place.
Yeah, it was.
I actually just talked to him about that last time I seen him. I was like, "Yo, that shit was awesome." He's like, "My wife wasn't a fan of it, but he goes, that was shoot. That wasn't story. That was shoot."
All right, funny story with that interview. We had met him at Baltimore Celeb Fest, and we were talking about doing the interview, and he goes, "I charge." I go, "Okay, fine." Coming home from Jersey, And also I get a message from from the vendor who I brought him in that said, "Oh, Bobby Fish wants your phone number." And I'm like, "Okay, he's not gonna call me." I literally pull up to the driveway of my house. I looked out, and it's a 518 area code. And I'm like, "Who the hell's calling me from 518?" And I picked up, and it was Bobby Fish.
You know who you know who I got Bobby Fish booked on?
Who?
Chris Van Fleet. They were both at PPW, and Chris Van Fleet walked up to Bobby Fish. He's like, "Hey, I'd love to have you on the show sometime." And I was sitting with Bobby at his table, and Bobby's like, just giving the yeah, okay. And I was kind of sensing that Bobby was kind of just like, I don't really care type deal. And I was like, Bobby, he's like, what? I'm like, this dude has over 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. Like, he's a big deal. And Bobby's like, real? I'm like, he's interviewed The Rock, John Cena. Like, he gets big interviews. That's a good interview for you. And Chris is like, thanks, man. And Bobby's like, yeah, let me get your number. Because at first Bobby was like, yeah, okay, dude. Like, yeah, I'll do your show. And I was like, 300,000 subscribers. He's a big deal. You should do a show.
Now, how was it working with Chris?
He's awesome. Chris, I had Chris on Tornado Attack podcast. He did an interview with us. He was really dope. Very nice guy.
I've been wanting to get him on our show. He's like impossible to get a hold of.
He was a lot easier when I had him, but now like he's pregnant. His wife's pregnant. He has a baby on the way. He's got.
I was like, he's pregnant. Oh, well, good for him.
Well, they are both pregnant. It's a joint pregnancy. But no, and then like his workflow has just increased, and he's really nice though.
Which, by the way, shout out to Mitzvah Mania. I saw a photo of what the turnout looked like. It was a very good turnout today.
Which also, you bring up Mitzvah Mania. Mitzvah Mania has now been our most viewed interview on the new YouTube channel.
That's because you haven't interviewed me yet.
Really?
I bring in the big numbers.
We're going to get you on.
12s of 10s of people.
12 of 10.
Anthony, we're definitely going to bring you on. Because I already
good false finish. Oh, that was good.
I already have the title for the podcast. When we have you on.
What?
Around the Ropes loves a BJ.
Love it.
So then I'll have certain people look at me and go, loves a huh? I'll be like, it'll explain itself.
The fact Cody never turned his head and looked at the referee made that false finish so much better.
Mm-hmm. This match is really wow.
And Anthony, you know damn well we would love to be a guest on your show.
Yeah. Let me get through May and April first. I'm literally booked for the next 3 months, but I'll definitely hit you up. Even if I don't get you on the actual podcast, if you ever wanted to join us and talk about an old show, we like to do like the history of or old shows, and you can join us on one of those. That door is easier to get in than the podcast right now. I can give you some teasers if you want, real quick, of the next 2 months.
Sure.
So I have. Matt. I guess
I'll pop it on. I guess Roman Reigns will pop it on's match on Friday because he keeps telling the referee 3, 3, 3, 3.
So April starts on Monday with Mary Elizabeth, manager of Tommy Vex. Then Matt Derwin on the 4th. The 6th, Dylan Messersmith. Then Rembrandt, Daniel Alexander, Mr. Sam, my buddy James, Kit Raff, Cosmic, and Ricky Price. And then in May, all these are cards subject to change. Anything can happen in the podcast game. The Dude, Ed House, Deshaun Pratt, Jay the Key Evans, Robbie Illuminati, and Ruckus on the same show. Elevation 1470. This one I'm pretty proud of. Julius Smokes, Brandon Downey, and Squid Sterling.
I am so sorry you got Brandon Downey.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
We'll figure it out, I guess.
Good luck with that one.
Kid looks like a bag of sour cream. That's what
Jaden
Jaden said.
We call him wannabe Slim Shady. We call him Stan. He's Stan.
Yeah, he's Stan. I told him you're lucky your mom comes to your show. She's your only fan. I always fuck with him. He's a nice kid, though.
No, I love Brandon. He's awesome. Every time I see him, he's always happy to see me. I'm like, oh God, who let you in the building?
I said the only time that your mom's not your favorite fan is when Face is wrestling. yes, Kai, that ruckus, and also CZW ruckus and Robbie Illuminati. Always choking out. He's getting out of the choke.
John, do you understand the reference as to why he said that Downey's favorite wrestler is Face when it comes to Face wrestling?
Yeah.
Face's whole MILF Hunter gimmick started with Brandon Downey's mom.
I did not know that backstory.
Yeah.
Face 316. I just banged your mom. There was a whole bit where he's saying he hooked up with his mom. I love, dude. Faces. He's someone I said to him, pulling the curtain back a little bit. I said, I'd love to have you in the podcast. He's like, I'll do your podcast. And I go, yeah, but will you do my podcast? He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, here's like I said, I want to actually have a conversation and learn about you. And he's like, oh no, that I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. He goes, I keep so much of my stuff private and hidden, and I keep in character. I go, yeah. I said, I do a little bit of character interview, but I do break it down a little bit and do non-character. But he's someone that he stays in character the whole interview.
By the way, surprise, surprise, there's a ref bump. Of course there is. Now what do you do? I don't know.
Hold the rock.
No, where's Charles Robinson doing the massive sprint like when he did in WrestleMania 24? If you remember.
Who's someone that's like a is he your first guest that's been in a video game?
Oh wait, no, John. You calling Earl Hebner.
And then I guess you throw popcorn out.
Oh, there's the Usos. Hey, Anthony, I found the Usos.
Well, if the Usos come, I guess who's not too far behind them. My twin brother.
Yeah. Your Canadian cousin, eh? Yep, exactly. Kevin Owens rocking really bright yellow sneakers.
Yeah, but there's still one person that's not accounted for, Solo Sikoa. Does he just stay backstage and watches all this and doesn't come back?
That'll be a dick move. John, this is where you enter the Benny Hill music.
After all that? Someone just cursed on a hot camera. They had to bleep it. Oh my goodness. Oh, there was a fan. What the fuck?
By the way, Paul, I was just about to say, Paul Heyman's praying the wrong way since he's Jewish.
Yo, people are cursing like crazy right next to a camera on a commentary, and they're bleeping it out. Yeah, Cody's gonna get his win clean. It's not gonna be because Kevin Owens gave a stunner and a Halua kick. He's gonna hit a crossroads and then he's gonna Hulk up and do like the 3 crossroads spot. He's gonna hit a bionic elbow, I guess, some point this time too.
So Ryan, this is also the spot I want to do in the 200-person battle royal.
Which is?
Both of us on our knees punching each other in the face.
In a 200-person rumble, you're not getting on your knees, and people are going to see you two hitting each other in the face. You can get the fucking hockey fight in. You know what I mean? Like,
No, Anthony. This is what's gonna happen. John's gonna enter the ring, and then I'm gonna enter next, and it's gonna be like the Royal Rumble 2008, but it's the Jimmy Snuka, Roddy Piper spot where everyone just stops what they're doing and just watches us attempt to beat the crap out of each other very slowly.
Nope, I called that one. There's her bionic elbow. I literally called the whole end. It said bionic elbow into the multiple crossroads. Oh no.
Oh, he found Solo.
They have to. Are they doing a dusty finish?
God, I don't know.
They really want that 1,000 days. That's crazy.
Wow.
I think that's a bad move.
That is really bad.
Well, I can tell by the comments section right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what did I say? I said, does this Solo stay backstage even though the Usos came out? Like, he has to get involved. Dusty finish. They have to do a dusty finish. It's dusty. It's dusty. A dusty finish.
I guess this is a setup for Backlash.
I guess, but who cares at that point?
Still,
It's not a Mania moment. Nobody gives a shit.
I think you basically.
You just took Cody Rhodes, brought him back, and had him lose at WrestleMania, and he wins at Backlash. Who fucking cares?
Seriously.
The only thing I'm thinking is they have something big planned tomorrow on Raw.
At this point, how many more days does he have till 1,000? Someone just threw a rubber chicken in the crowd into the ring.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is bad decision. Oh yeah, actually, here's not a bad idea.
$945 days.
Can I tell you something? I don't like that ending. I seriously don't like that ending. Because you bring Cody back, you're making it seem like, okay, he's going to be the one to pull it off. He's going to be the one to pull it off. And it's like, now I'm going to ask both of you guys this question. I'm going to ask this to people who are watching.
Well, here's one thing I will say that I will agree with. Roman's your home talent. He's your homegrown talent, and a 1,000-day title run means something. No matter what happens, Lesnar left the company, did what he had to do. Like, this is the guy who stuck with the company, but did everything he was supposed to do, and he's your 1,000-day champion. Cody's the guy who left, came back, and then he's the one who ends the biggest title reign. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's Cody will eventually be that champion. But like I said, like, you have to figure out a way to split these titles. And if one guy wins and takes both titles again, and then you have to, like, there's a lot more to the story, I feel, but it's just like, it's weird that it doesn't happen at Mania after this build-up. But also, look at Clash of the Castle. Like, they built that as Drew's hometown moment and hometown match, and then didn't win it there. So it's just like, and they have a lot in stake for Roman Reigns, which is pretty crazy to think about.
But to me, then why bring back Cody like you did?
Oh, he's still going to be a major player, and he's going to win at some point. But it's just a weird move not to throw the titles on him at Mania.
It's funny. Chris just makes a great point, and I agree with him.
I mean, right now you killed Roman's, or you killed Cody's character as of right now. Like, you can't build Cody up right away back to be that guy again. He just, you know what I mean?
Well, hold on. Question now. You have Money in the Bank coming up. Do you have Cody win Money in the Bank and have him go that route?
It's possible.
But if that's the case, then maybe have him do an advanced cash in for SummerSlam.
That's what I'm thinking, because originally I said, and Ryan, you remember this, when I originally had said that I think it should be Gunther to win the Money in the Bank. Being that Gunther won tonight, I wonder if they're going to go the route now of Cody. But I'm sorry, to me, I think having Cody win tonight would have been a bigger moment than having him win at a SummerSlam or a Survivor Series down the road.
Unless they do something, unless they pull a massive trigger for something tomorrow night.
But what are they going to pull? Because
I don't know.
Basically, now what you have to do now, if you're WWE and you're a Hunter, you basically have to rebuild Cody up. Because you had him, because here's the other thing also. You had that incredible feud with Seth Rollins, which, Ryan, you could agree that was a phenomenal feud.
Agreed.
He wins, he comes back after he misses, almost 8 months of action?
Mm-hmm.
After the torn pack, wins the Rumble. Everybody pretty much figures he's a shoo-in. This was your moment.
The problem is who's the character now, if not Cody, that's a viable person to beat Roman?
The only one I can think of as of right now, I think realistically, would be Seth. Because look at it this way, okay, you could have said Bobby Lashley in that, but what have they done? They've done nothing with Bobby Lashley recently. Who else do you really have? You're not going to go Drew, because I think Drew, Sheamus, and Gunther is a feud that's not going to be done so quick. I'm trying to think here.
Returning Randy?
That's the only. I'm only thinking it's got to be a returning guy who's going to be the one to do it.
I mean, Cody's money's in the chase, but this was his chase, and he didn't win.
This to me,
because they want the 1,000-day run.
Yeah.
And by the way, when the 1,000-day run would hit, right?
Around June.
No, earlier, end of May. Right around the time they're doing that little pay-per-view over in Saudi Arabia called King of the Ring.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
But let's do a quick recap now of what has transpired tonight. Anthony, I'll throw it to you first. By the way, Anthony, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. It means a lot.
No problem, man. I'm shocked. They definitely swerved me.
But let me ask you this now, Anthony. Match of the night for you tonight.
For tonight? IC title. I mean, no, I'm not going to let the fact that they swerved me to the main event. Cody and Roman was a good match.
Ryan, what about you?
I agree. Cody and Roman was a really solid match, and also obviously time for me the IC title.
The women's match was good, but it wasn't as good as Charlotte and Rhea.
For me, I think my top two. I know I said match of the night, but I'm going top two. It's actually a tie. That's why I'm going two matches here.
Mm-hmm.
And two matches you guys just talked about: the IC title match and the main event. Unfortunately, to me, the weakest match of the entire card was the showcase for the women.
Yeah.
That to me was the weakest match on the entire card. I think overall, I'm still gonna go with what I said last night. I still think night one did better.
Oh, night one was fantastic.
Yeah, that one was so much better.
To what we saw tonight, night one to me, yeah. I mean, granted, yeah, you had Gunther win, you had Roman retain, you had Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville win. You had what was it? Brock won the opening match. I don't remember now.
Yeah.
Yes, Brock won, and Edge.
Okay, like even the Edge thing, I figured you could have at least done. You were trying to make it so much about the Brood. Why not do the Brood entrance with the whole?
Because you can't get the Brood.
Not okay, but we've seen the Brood. We've seen him do the Brood entrance without. And that's the other thing. Also, wasn't Gangrel supposed to accompany him?
No, that was fan theory. That's the problem when fans fantasy book their own shit and they don't get it. They don't. I call it the WandaVision. Remember when everyone had WandaVision figured out and then they didn't get what they wanted in WandaVision? They all said it sucked. How about you just let people who are in charge of creative be creative? You know what I mean? Like even with this moment, it's like, well, Roman won and it kind of sucks and we're scratching our heads, but maybe there's more to the story. You know? Do we watch Cody, Roman, and Sammy now team up to try to dismantle the bloodline, and that's the next bloodline story is them trying to defeat them all. But then who's the fourth guy that jumps in and helps with this process? Because Solo is the main factor here.
I got a perfect one, and we haven't seen him on TV in a long time.
Who?
How about Matt Riddle?
If Matt Riddle comes back, he's gonna be tough to try to sell to people again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the perfect way to put it. But Anthony, I will, because unless anybody else has anything else they want to talk about from the two nights.
Nope, I'm good.
I'm good.
Anthony, I'll let you plug your stuff again. Appreciate you hopping on this.
No, man, it was fun. It was fun hanging out with you guys for Mania. Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. This won't be the last time we'll see Anthony on here.
Anthony Blackwell Jr., all social media, the ABJ podcast, anywhere you find podcasts. YouTube channel, we're slowly climbing to that 700 subscriber mark. So if you guys go check that out, that'd be great. And just thank you guys again for having me.
Absolutely. Ryan, what about you? What do you want to plug?
I already plugged a lot.
Real quick, on Twitter, go subscribe to Wrestling Is Now on Twitter. They're trying to get close. They're trying to hit their 1,000 subscriber mark.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I already said my plugs last night, so if you want to know my plugs, watch then, or wait until Tuesday when we come back live.
And yes, guys, in case you're just joining us, first of all, for the people who watched this tonight, who commented on it, thank you so much. It means a lot. Hopefully, we'll see you guys commenting on our stuff going down the road. Because, guys, we were with you tonight for the last two nights for WrestleMania. But in exactly 48 hours from now, well, give or take, I'm not good at math, we will be back with our first live Around the Ropes podcast episode this coming Tuesday with all your fallout from WrestleMania, all your fallout from the Raw after Mania, everything that's been going on. Plus, joining us at 8:30 p.m. Eastern will be the one and only Mr. Billy Fetsky, owner of Titan Championship Wrestling, as they're set to have their next event called Next Level Up, whatever it's called, happening on April 29th in Toms River, New Jersey. But guys, again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Stay tuned to all of our social media accounts. We will keep you guys posted as we will bring everything back. Join myself and Ryan Peterson and Costa Packners, as we will see you guys Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Because, guys, we are back. But until then, have fun.